Hey guys, welcome to our channel Coders Arcade. Coders Arcade has been established with the view to provide simplified learning of programming, other coding concepts and basic computer knowledge to students so that they can bring out the best in themselves. Therefore, we started our journey with Python, a very versatile programming language which finds its application in various different fields such as web development, software development, machine learning, data science, artificial intelligence, automation, etc. We have also covered the VTU 5th semester subject, application development using Python for computer science and information science. You can go to the particular playlist and go through those videos.
In this video, we will be learning about Python as a whole. So this video is for advanced professionals and as well as for beginners. After watching this video, you will learn about how to install Python, how to install the PyCharm IDE, and then we will be covering how to write the first Python program. Then we will be knowing about comments, indentation, variables in Python, the input function, type conversions in Python. Then we will be knowing about the operators which we have in Python. Then after that, we will be knowing about formatted strings, the conditional statements, the for loops, the while loops, for loops with range, and so on. And then we will be going into the data types in Python, which are strings, lists, tuples, dictionaries, and so on. And finally, we will be going into the deep topics, which are functions, local and global scopes, parameters and arguments in functions. Then we will be dealing with the error handling, which is also known as exception handling in Python. Then we will be talking about the lambda function. And then finally, we will be going to the object-oriented programming concepts in Python, which is an advanced topic, and you will be learning all those things in this video. Then we will be going deeper into the object-oriented programming concepts, where you will be learning about some methods in the object-oriented programming concepts. So let us start with this video, Python tutorial for beginners.
Today I am going to teach you how to install Python and the PyCharm IDE for Python in your system. First of all, let us check whether we have Python installed in our system or not. We will go to command prompt and type the keyword Python. So as you can see, it is taking us to the Microsoft Store. That means we don't have Python installed in our system. Now we can also type Python space -- version and press enter. See, it says Python was not found. That means we don't have Python installed in our system. So let us go to Google Chrome and go to the website www.python.org. As you can see, it's opening the link. Yes, now here you see the downloads section, and just because I am using Windows, I have the option download for Windows. The version is 3.9.1. If you have Mac operating system, you can click on that and you will get the Python version for your Mac operating system. If you have any other platforms, you can click on those sections and get the Python version associated to that. Just because I have Windows, I will click on this Python 3.9.1 and the setup is being downloaded. As you can see, it has downloaded. I will click on it, it's opening, and then I will click on run. Now here I have to tell you two important things. The destination folder shown here is very large and it doesn't give proper control to you. So you also remember to add this Python 3.9 to path. Just check it. And in our case, we will always do customized installation, which gives better control on our Python files and folders handling in future. I will keep all those checkboxes as it is and click on next. Now I will browse and go to my PC and go to C drive and create manually a Python folder. See, as you can see, I have created a Python folder. Now I will go to my Python installation and browse and go to my PC and go to C drive and select my Python folder which I created earlier. You can also create the same folder by the option make new folder, and then you have to rename it. Just click on C and rename it to Python folder and click on OK. So now I will start my installation. See, it's getting installed. I will skip it for you so that I can go to the end. Now you don't have to do anything with this disable path length limit. The setup was successful, so you just close it. Okay. Now I want to check whether I have Python installed in my system or not. See, I will go to the Python folder and I have this files created inside it. I will go to my command prompt and also check there by writing Python See, you can see that 3.9.1 version has been installed in my system. So this is the installation of Python. Now the most important part in Python installation is setting the environment variables. I have to include this script folder to my environment variable. Otherwise my Python console will not run properly. So what I do is I will copy this destination location or the address, and then I will click on this PC, right click and properties. Then on the right hand side you can see the advanced system settings. I will click on that, and below that I will find environment variables. I have two windows there. If I click on environment variables, I will get two windows, the top one and the bottom one. We don't need to do anything with the top one. We have to change on our system variables so that it is common to all the users. Now click on path and then we click on edit, and see, we don't have any path to my Python files or the script folder. So what I will do is I will copy this scripts location, and then I will click on new and I will paste it here, and then I will just click on OK. To cross check again, I will click on edit once again, and see, the Python scripts has been created. Then click on OK and OK, and this is done. So this is the installation of Python. It has been done. Now we want an IDE or the integrated development environment where we can run the Python programs. For us, we will be using PyCharm. So let us search it in the website. You can see the link for PyCharm here. It is developed by JetBrains. So you have a download link which you need to click. I will click on the download link, and then I will be having two versions, the professional as well as the community version. Professional version is a paid version where you have to pay around $19 to use it. Depending on your operating system, you can change it for Mac or Linux or Windows. In my case, it's Windows, so I will click on Windows and then I will download the community version. See, my PyCharm executive file has been installed, downloaded. Now, or else you can click on the direct link to download the application. Now I will click on PyCharm installation file, and then I will click on run. This is very simple. I will click on next, and the destination folder is set by default to C drive program files. It is okay. I will click on next, and for the time being I will just create the desktop 64-bit launcher. I will tick that checkbox, and I will leave the others as it is. I will click on next, and then I will click install. So see, it's installed. Now I will click on this checkbox, run Python community edition, and close. see PyCharm has been installed. I will confirm and I will not send any data sharing with anyone. I'll click on don't send and see you have the PyCharm window.
So let us open the PyCharm IDE. I'm clicking on it. As you can see, PyCharm is opening. So as you can see here, we have the new project option and the open project option. And if you want to create a new project, we have to click on this icon. Otherwise, if you already have some existing projects, you can use the open option. So as of now, I am going to create my new project. I'm clicking on it. So now I have to tell you the difference between project and program. Actually, whatever programs we write in the PyCharm IDE have to be saved on any project folder. So actually, the project folder contains the Python programs that we write into it. So depending on the types of programs we write, we can create various types of projects. So in my case, let me show you how to create a project folder. I will do one thing. First, I will go to this PC and I will go to my volume D, and here I will create a new folder. I will name it as Python and press enter. So see, this project folder has been created. I will browse and select it. And before that, let me create one more thing also. I will do one thing. I will create one new folder in the Python folder and I will write project 1. Okay, this thing has been created. So I want my first Python program to be saved into this project 1 folder. So now I will again go to my PyCharm and I will browse the location and set it to this D drive. And see, I have created the Python folder and project 1. I will select this and press on OK. So rest all the things, all the settings here, you can keep it as it is. You don't have to change anything. So I will create. As you can see, it is loading my project 1. So here we go. As you can see, my first project 1 name has been created. And on this, if I click it, I can see that one main.py file has been created as default. So as you can see, it is written, this is a sample Python script. So I will close it out and I will show you how to write your first Python program. I will right click on my project 1 and I will click on new. And if you just click on file option here, what will happen is you have to set the extension on your own. See, I have to put the extension .py if it is a Python file or any other extensions manually. But what I can do is I can again right click on my project 1 folder and I can click on new and I can directly click on Python file as you can see here. So what will happen? I will write the name, first program, and then I will press enter. So as you can see, my first Python program file has been created, first program.py. The extension is automatically given here. So here I will show you how to print something on the terminal. For that, you have to use the inbuilt print function, and using braces, I want to print some characters onto the terminal. So I will use the quotes, and inside the quotes I will print, say, hello Python, and then I will right click on the same screen and I will see, you can see run first program. This option is being highlighted, so I will run it, and as you can see here, the output is hello Python. It has been printed. So whatever you write in between these quotes will be printed here on the terminal. So if I write here hello world as well and again run my same program, I will find hello world here. So as you can see, you can type whatever in between the quotes and it will be printed with the help of the print function. Our main point of discussion will be how to use comments in Python, how to write comments in Python, and how Python executes our comments.
So let's start it. As you can see, I have my PyCharm window open and I have created a project workspace. So let us create a new Python file, say comment.py. The file has been created, as you can see. Before starting, there are two types of comments, single line comments and multi-line comments. Single line comments are always written with a hashtag followed by some data. Whatever you write is treated as a single line comment. As you can see, the color has changed to gray. That means it is a single line comment. Multi-line comments are used in between triple quotes. As you can see, whatever data you are giving in between these triple quotes will be treated as a multi-line comment by Python. So, as you know the types of comments, let us use the comments in Python. Comments should be used to tell why and how, but not what is happening. What I mean to say is, let me give you an example. I will print something, say print sky is blue. Sometimes what we do is, on top of that, we write a comment saying this is to print that sky is blue. We already know what our print function is going to do. It is printing sky is blue. So it is totally irrelevant to write it out in the comment section because it makes our code repetitive and longer, because we already know what is happening in our code. So this is a very bad practice. Again, I will give you one second example using function to return the square of a number. So let me define a function for you. I will write def square. I will give the argument number colon. Then I will return the square, writing number into number. So we can see that this function will return the square of a number. But sometimes we write a comment saying this function will return the square. So what happens is, we already know what our function is gonna do. So it's totally impractical to write the same thing as a comment because it makes our code repetitive. Comments should be used to tell or describe our program in a better way to make it more understandable and more readable. If we are giving the source code to someone, then to explain it in a better way, we should use comments. Let us see the proper use of comments. I have given an example for you. Here you can see this is a single line comment and the second one is also a single line comment where I have written adding two variables. This is an inline comment because it is in between the code, and here I have written printing the result. That means the result is being printed here. That's why I am describing my program in a better way. In the multi-line comment, I am giving a more elaborate description of what is happening. In the single line comment, I am writing adding two variables. Here I am giving a brief description. I am just telling what is happening. I am not telling about the a and b variables or the sum or the print function. I am not telling anything. I am just giving a small description. But in the multi-line statement or the comment, I am giving an elaborate description as to what is actually happening inside the program. If comments are not used properly, then what happens is our code is repeated. So basically I am telling don't repeat yourself. In my previous program, I showed you how to print a statement or any set of characters on the terminal. But in other complex programs, we require indentation. It is very necessary to execute a program. So let us start. And I will tell you What is the difference between other programming languages and Python? In other programming languages, we use brackets to define a block of code. But in case of Python, we use indentation to define a block of code. So let us start with it. Here, as you can see, I have written some examples for you so that I can define the concept of indentation. So this is the first example. Here you can see that the space here represents indentation, and this is actually a block of code. This is inside the if statement. So this is a block of code, and again the print statement is inside the else statement. So this is another block of code. So totally this is a program, and this is one block of code, and this is another block of code. Again, in the second example, this is an if else statement, and here also this is a block of code, and this is a block of code. So because of the indentation, it is easily understood. And let me tell you one more thing. If I write print outside of the block of code, this will not be indented. So what it means is this is a separate block of code, and this print statement is outside the block of code. That's what I'm trying to tell. Again, this is another example of indentation. So this is a block of code, this is a block of code. So in the third one, I'm writing a program where I'm showing you a car game. So before that, let me put the previous two examples under comments. So for comments, we use the triple quotes. To understand about comments, you have to go to my previous video. I will give the link in the description. So here is the third program, and this program actually is a car game where you can start or stop a car and also quit the program by typing quit. Let me just run it for you, then you will get a better idea. Okay, I'm running it. Here you can see, if I start help, then I get the idea what to do with the game, and if I type start, see, the car has started. So the program is running properly. So let us see what exactly indentation does in this program. Here, as you can see in the program, this is a while block. This is the entire program, and there is a while loop, and this is the entire coverage of the while loop. Again, this is the if statement, and this is the if block of code. If block of code continues till here, and after that, let me show you, this is another nested if block of code, and again this is another else block of code, and this is the another if block of code, and this is the else block of code. Again, this is another block of code, and this is another block of code. So all these things are defined by the indentation in Python. We are not using brackets. Now let me tell you one thing. I will show you, I will take the elif statement out of this indentation, and let's see. You can see I will run it, and I'm getting a error here. See, the error is invalid syntax. That means Python doesn't understand the indentation in this case. Actually, Python thinks it should be inside the block of code, but I have put the elif command outside. So here it is not recognized by Python. So it is telling that the syntax is not correct. Now again I'm correcting it and running it again. So see, now the program is working. In other programming languages such as C, we have to define the type of the variable and also define a memory location. But in case of Python, it becomes very easy to define the variables and their types. So let us move ahead and see an example so that we can understand better. Here, as you can see, I have written a variable price is equal to 10. So Python automatically interprets that price is a variable which has the data type int. The value is 10. We don't have to explicitly declare the type of the data. We have to just give the value, and Python automatically decides what kind of variable it is. So let me give you an example. Name is equal to, you can write the string data types in single quotes or double quotes. It has the same meaning. So I will take the example John, and age is equal to say 25. So here name is a variable which has the string data type and age is a variable which has the integer data type. Now if we want to check the type of my name variable and also the age variable, what we need to do is we need to print type bracket name, and when I run it, as you can see, I'm getting the result as class str. So the data type of the name variable is string and the value is John. In the same way, if I do it for my age variable and change it to age and I run it, see the class is int. So age data type is 25. So this is an example of assigning values to variables in Python. I will take another example for your better understanding. Here let me write a is equal to b is equal to c is equal to 10. So what I am doing is I am assigning a single value 10 to all my three variables a, b and c. And now if I print a, b and c individually and run my code, let me see what I get as an output. Here as you can see, all the values of a, b and c are 10. So this is one way of assigning variables. Let me take another example. A, b, c is equal to 10, 20, and let me assign a string value to my variable c. Let it be John. Now if I again print a, b and c individually, we will get the output as 10, 20 and John. So this is another way of assigning variables. Now let us try some boolean examples. Say a is equal to true, b is equal to false. Now if I print the type of a and the type of b variable and run my program, here you will find that the class is bool. So it means that the variable a contains boolean value which is true and the variable b contains a boolean value which is false. So the data type of these two variables are boolean, which are true and false respectively.
We will be learning how to use the input function in Python, and using the input function we will be taking a input from the user, we will be concatenating it and printing a data on the console. So to take a user input, we have the input function in Python. So let us use it. I will type input and braces. So in single quotes or double quotes, whatever data we type here will be printed on the console, and then we can prompt the user to enter his or her input. So I've written enter your name, and you can see I have given a space after the colon. That means when the string is printed on the console, we will be getting a space before the data is entered by the user, and then I will be putting this under the variable name. So whatever user input is provided, it will be saved in the variable name. Now I want to print it on the console, so I will use the print function, and between the quotes I'm writing hi, and then I will use the concatenation or plus, and then I am using the value stored in the name variable. See what I am doing? I am writing hi in quotes plus name. So the value stored in the name variable will be concatenated with the string hi. So let me run my program so that I can show you the output and check if what we have done is correct or not. I'm running it. You can see in the console it is asking enter your name. So now let me input John. Here I'm getting the output as hi John. So this means that the high string with the value stored in the name variable, which is John provided by the user, has been printed. So in this way you can do many more things. So this is the example that I want you all to see. Here I've taken name, age, standard and section, and I'm taking the input from the user. Name is a string, standard and age are integer values, and the section can be A or B or C, whatever. And then I'm trying to print everything with the help of concatenation. Here I've written hi plus name plus your age is. Here what is happening is, whatever the user is giving input in the name variable, it will be concatenated and printed along with the hi string. After that your ages will be printed, and then just because we cannot concatenate int and string, so I am converting the age to a string, so I have written the str keyword, and then again I have converted everything into a string, and then I have written and your class is. So this is going to be printed after that, and then again I have changed the standard into a string because we have to concatenate everything into a string value, so I have written str standard, and then I have taken this th which will be printed along with this, and then your section is plus the concatenation of the section is given here. So I am trying to run it. Let's see. Enter your name. I will give the name John, the age maybe 18, the class is 12 say, and the section is A, and then I'll press enter. So you can see, hi John, your age is 18 and your class is 12 and your section is A. So this is a simple example of concatenation in Python, taking user input. I hope you understood. Here I want to tell you one more thing. Because integers and string values cannot be printed or concatenated in the same line, so we have to convert it accordingly. We will be covering this in detail in the next videos. You don't need to worry about it. I hope what I wanted to tell was clear. My main motive was to tell you about the inputting values in Python or taking input from the user, and at the same time I tried to tell about the concatenation as well. We will be covering it in detail in the next videos. Type conversion in Python. So here what I am actually going to do is, I will take a user input which will be the birth year, and then I will calculate the age of the user. So let's start. As you know, we already have the input function in Python, so let us use it. Input under the braces, let me write enter your birth year. Now the user input or the birth year will be given, and let us store it in a variable named birth year. In this case I want to remind you something. When you have two words in a variable, you always have to separate it with an underscore, or else you might encounter an error. So the correct practice is to separate it with an underscore. So now the input birth year from the user will be saved in the variable birth year. That's it. Now let us calculate the age. So I will write age is equal to the current year, that is 2021, minus the birth year or the user input. So what will happen is, the input given by the user will be subtracted from 2021 or the current year. Let us print the age now, and I will run it in the console. Let me see. So here we are prompted. Let me give the birth year as 1995. You can see there is an error in line 2 in our code. It says age is equal to 2021 minus birth year. It is a type error and it says unsupported operand types for int and str. That means integer and string values cannot be subtracted or added. The problem here is whenever the user is giving an input, Python automatically saves it in the form of a string. So now the birth year variable has a string value, not an integer value. That's why in the age variable we cannot subtract 2021 from our input birth year because it is a string value. Because integer minus string is not possible. That is an error in Python. What we can do is we can change it in two ways. We have to change the input from the user in an int or integer value so that we can subtract it. Let me show you the way to do it. This is one way. We can change the birth year here by writing the int keyword, or else while taking the input from the user we can use the int keyword here as well, and in the input function itself I will use the int keyword and I will convert the string character into a integer value. This is how it is done. I will write int and I will give it the braces. Now the birth year, which is a input converted, will be easily subtracted from 2021. This is how we can change the string characters to integer values. So let's see if our code is correct or not. Now as I am being prompted, let me write 1995 and then enter. See, the age is 26. In that video I showed you about two types, that is int and str, which is integer and string data types. In this video I will be giving a more elaborate description about int, str, float, hexadecimal, octal, complex and odd, which are the various other data types available in Python. So for that, let us tell you one more thing. Python type conversion is of two types. It is implicit type conversion and explicit type conversion. Implicit type conversion means where Python automatically changes the data type of a variable depending on its application, and in case of explicit type conversion, depending on our requirement, we change it. So let us give you an example. Say num1 is equal to 1, 2, 3 and num2 is equal to 1.23. So num1 is a integer and num2 is a float variable. Now what I am going to do is I will add this 2 and store it in a variable, say num3. So num1 plus num2. Now I will print the value of num3 and I will run it. In the console you can see that the answer is 124.23. So the result is a floating point value. Here num1 is a integer and num2 is a float, and num3 is equal to num1 plus num2. The result is a float. The answer is 124.23. Let me show you the type of num1. So print type num1, and again the type of num2 as well, type of num2, and also let me show you the type of num3 variable as well. So print type of num3, and now I'm running it again. As you can see, the type of the num1 variable is a integer and the type of the num2 variable is a float, so class float, and the type of the result or the num3 variable is a float. Here Python has automatically done it. Int plus float is converted to a float just because the result is a float. So you can see int and float results in a float because the result is 124.23, which is a floating point value. So this was one type of conversion which is implicit. Now let me show you the explicit type of data conversion. Now in the num2 variable I am changing it to a string which is written in the quotes, say quotes 1 2 3. Now this is a string character which is under quotes, and num1 is already an integer which is 123. The value of num1 is 123, and the num2 is, as you can see, it is written in the quotes and it is quotes 1 2 3. Again I am adding num1 and num2, and let me run it. Here you can see that there is an error, the type error. It says unsupported operand types for int and str. This means that we cannot add integer and string values or subtract integer and string values. It produces an error called the type error. You can see in the console. Num1 is an integer, num2 is a string, and therefore num1 and num2 cannot be added together just because the type of data in both the variables is different. That's why we are getting the type error. And I have already told about the same thing in my earlier video. So what we can do to rectify this problem is we can change the type of this num2 variable, because the num1 is an integer, so we have to change the type of this num2 variable into an integer so that we can add these two together. So for that, what I can do is, my num1 is already an integer, so my num2 I will change it into an integer by using the keyword int in front of it, and then I'll put it under brackets. So now num2 has been changed into an integer from a string value. Now I'm running it again. You can see that the class or the type of num1 is int, and again the class of the num2 is also string. It hasn't changed, but just because I wanted to add it and store it in num3, I have changed it. The answer is 246, but the data type of the num3 variable has changed to int. This has been done explicitly because I changed it. I changed the value of num2 and converted it into an integer. So this is called the explicit type conversion in Python. Now I will also tell you about hexadecimal, octal, complex and odd. So let's start with this. I'm taking a variable, say num is equal to 25. So this is an integer value. Then I will print the number and I will run it. You will find it to be displayed 25 in the console. So that's alright. Now to convert it into a hexadecimal number, what I need to do is I need to write hex in front of this number and put the number in brackets and close the bracket. So the number 25 will be converted to its hexadecimal value. See, the value is the hexadecimal one. Again, now if I want to change the same 25 into an octal number, I will use the oct keyword and then run it again. The value has been changed to an octal number. Again, if I want to do it for complex numbers, which is a plus ib format. I will write the complex keyword and run it. Then you can see that it has changed to 25 plus 0 into z, which is a plus ib format. And again, ORD is done to change a single character into its Unicode value. Because ORD doesn't work with integers, I have to use a single character here. Let us take A and then run it. So you can see here the Unicode value for small a is 97.
Basically, operators in Python are used to do mathematical calculations among variables and also to compare variables and find the relations between them. Operators in Python are of 7 types: arithmetic operators, comparison operators, assignment operators, logical operators, bitwise operators, membership operators, and identity operators. In today's video, we will be talking about arithmetic operators in Python. Arithmetic operators are again divided into 7 types, which are addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, exponent, and floor division. Let us today analyze how these 7 arithmetic operators are used. Here I am taking an example. Say a variable a is equal to 5, and I will take another variable b is equal to 2. Now let us start with the first arithmetic operator, which is addition. So I will take another variable result and assign it the value of a plus b. Here the plus is the arithmetic addition operator, which will calculate the addition of the two variables a and b. Now I will print the result, and here I will run it and see in the console you can see the addition result, which is 5 plus 2 is equal to 7. So this plus or the addition operator is doing the addition of the two variables a and b and printing the result, which is 7. The next kind of arithmetic operator is the subtraction operator, which is denoted by minus symbol. Here if I run this, I should get the difference between the two variables a and b, which is 5 minus 2 is equal to 3. I will run it. You can see in the console the answer is 5 minus 2 is equal to 3. So this is the second or the subtraction operator. The third one is the multiplication operator, which is denoted by the asterisk. I will run it again, and here you will see the result as 5 into 2 is equal to 10. The fourth one is the division operator, which is denoted by the forward slash. Here the answer should be 5 divided by 2, which is 2.5. See, when I am running it in the console, the answer is 2.5. So this is the division operator. Then the next one is the modulus operator or the remainder operator. This divides variable a by variable b and then prints the remainder. So when 5 is divided by 2, in the result we should get the remainder, which is 1, because 2 to the 4 and the remainder is 1. So I am running it, and then you can see the remainder when 5 is divisible by 2 is 1. The next operator is the exponent operator, which is denoted by 2 asterisks or 2 stars. Here what is happening is it is a to the power b. So 5 to the power 2 or 5 multiplied twice, 5 into 5, which is 25 or the square of 5. The next operator here in arithmetic operators is the floor division operator, or the operator which provides the quotient when two variables are divided. Here 2 to the 4, so the quotient is 2. As you can see here, the answer is 2. So this is about all the 7 arithmetic operators in Python, and here I have discussed addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, exponent or power, and the floor division. Logical operators in Python. Now, what actually are logical operators? Logical operators are used to perform any type of logical operations. Logical operations means when we have two or more conditions and we need to perform a check on those conditions in order to perform any type of activity, then we use the logical operators in Python. Logical operators are of three types: the AND operator or the logical AND operator, the OR operator or the logical OR operator, and the NOT or the logical NOT operator. So these are the three types of logical operators in Python, and to explain them in detail, I am taking an example where I am telling the applicant if he or she is eligible for a loan or not. The condition here is if an applicant has high income and good credit, then the applicant is eligible for a loan from a bank. For that, I will use variables. Let's say has good credit, and I will assign it the boolean value true. I will also take another variable has high income, and I will assign it also the true boolean value. Now I will use the conditional if statement and write if has good credit and has high income colon, then I will print that the applicant is eligible for loan, and then I run it. You can see the eligible for loan has been printed. Now here what is happening is both the variables are true. So what the AND operator does is if both the values are true, then the eligible for loan is printed. Now if I change it to false, then if I run it again in the console, you can see that the printable statement has vanished, which means that AND operator only executes a statement if and only if both the variables are true. If even one is false, then the statement is not printed. That is what the AND operator is all about. Now let us check the second one, which is OR. Now if any of the statements is true out of these two, then the print statement will be executed. You can see here, I will run it. Now the eligible for loan is printed because the has good credit variable has a true value. Now I am changing it to false, and you can check. I will run again. Here both the statements are false, so output is also not printed because both are false in the OR operator. So now we have learnt about two operators. In AND, both conditions must be true. In the OR operator, at least one condition should be true to get a output. Now we will go to the NOT operator. For that, I will take one more condition. If the applicant has criminal record, then he or she will not be eligible for loan. What the NOT operator does is it changes a boolean value to its opposite, say true to false. Now let us check it. I will change this variable and take another variable has criminal record, and I will put it into false. So now I will change this one also, has criminal record, and in front of that I will put not. So what this not operator will do is it will change the actual value, which is false, of this variable and convert it into true. You can see both are false, but just because I am using the not operator, it will convert it to true. I will run it and let's see. Yes,
it is printing eligible for loan because the false value has been changed by the not operator to a true. Therefore, we are getting this eligible for loan. Comparison operators in Python. Let me tell you, there are 6 types of comparison operators in Python, which are the less than, the greater than, the less than or equal to, the greater than or equal to, the equal to, and the last one is not equal to operators. All the 6 are the comparison operators. To explain them in detail, let me take some examples so that you understand them better. Okay, let's start. I will take a variable a is equal to 1, another variable b is equal to 2. Then I will use the print statement, and in the braces I will write a is equal b. We have to keep this in mind, thus this double equal to is a comparison operator. If we change and delete one equal sign, then it becomes a assignment operator, which is totally different. But I want to use the double equal to, which is a comparison operator. Now I will run my program, and then you can see it will check whether the values are equal or not. So here it is false because a is 1 and b is 2. So that's why the answer is false, because both have different values. Now if I change the value of b to 1 and run my program again, now we will be getting true as our output because both have the same values 1 and 1. Now let us go to the next operator, which is not equal to. It is denoted by an exclamation mark and the equal sign. Now it will check if both the values are not equal. I will run it, but the answer is false because both have equal values and we are trying to print whether a and b are not equal. Just because it is false, therefore the answer coming out is false. Now if I change b to 2 and then run my program again, we will get true because in this case a and b have different values, therefore a is not equal to b. Therefore the result is also true. Now let us go to the third operator, which is greater than. Okay, I have written a greater than b and I will run my program. In this case a is smaller than b because a is 1 and b is 2. So when I run it, I am getting false because a is not greater than b. A is 1 and b is 2. Therefore the result should be false, and as you can see the output is also false. But if I change the value of a to 3, in this case when I run it, I will get true as the answer because the value of a, which is 3, is greater than b. I will use the less than operator in this case now. Now I will run it. It is coming false because b is not greater than a. Now if I change the values, say I am making a 1 and b as 2, now b will be greater. So the answer when it is run will be true because the value of b is greater than 1 and we are checking it through the print statement. So this is the less than operator. Now let us move on to the fifth type, which is greater than or equal to. In this case, it will check whether the value of a is greater than or equal to b. In both the cases, if a is greater than b or equal to b, then the answer will be true. But in our case, a is less than b, therefore the false statement is coming out. Now I am changing the value of a to 3 and running it again. See, now the answer is true because a is greater than b in this case. So either it has to be greater or equal to, then only the answer will be true. Now let us take the last one, which is less than equal to. In this case, If the value of A is less than or equal to B, then the answer will be true. Otherwise, it will be false. In our case, the value of A is 3 and for B is 2. Am I running it? Then you can see the answer is false because the value of A is actually greater than B. I am changing the value of A to 1. Now I am running it again. Then you can see that now it has come true because in this case A is smaller than B. So these are the 6 comparison operators in Python.
I'll be talking about the assignment operators. So let me tell you, there are 8 types of assignment operators in Python, which are the equal, the plus equal, the minus equal, the multiply equal, the divide equal, the modulus equal, the exponent equal, and the floor division equal. These are the 8 types of assignment operators. Let us take some examples so that we can understand about them better. Here I will take a variable a and I will write a is equal to 1. So here in this case, this is a variable a which has the value 1 assigned to it. It has been done with the help of this equal assignment operator. What it does is, it stores the value 1 in the variable a. This is the first kind of assignment operator, which is the equal assignment operator. This assigns the value 1 to the variable a. Now, if we take double equal signs, then this becomes a comparison operator, which actually is a totally different topic. Now, we want to use the equal operator, which is the assignment operator, and it assigns the value 1 to the variable a. Now, let us move on to the plus equal operator, which is the second type. So here I am taking the same example and I will write a plus is equal 1 and I will then print a. So let me explain what actually is happening here. This actually is a short form which can be elaborated as a is equal to a plus 1. So that means whatever value, either 1 or 2, we provide here, the value of a will be incremented by that. So this is a is equal to a plus 2. So what it means is, the top example is a short form of the below example. So a plus is equal to 2 is a is equal to a plus 2. This is done by the plus equal assignment operator. Now what happens is, the initial value of a is 1 and it will be incremented by 2. So it is a is equal to a plus 2. So when I run it, we should get 1 plus 2, that is 3. So you can see here the answer is 3. This is done by the plus equal assignment operator. Now if I change it to minus equal and change the value to 1, now this is similar to a is equal to a minus 1. This is the minus equal operator. So this is the short form that I have written on top and this is the elaborated form. So when I run this program, what we'll get is a equal to a minus 1, that is 1 minus 1, that is 0. As you can see in the output, the answer is 0 because 1 minus 1 is 0. This is done by the minus equal operator. Now we will change it to the third one, which is multiply equal to. This again means a is equal to a into 1. This step can be anything, this number can be anything. I am taking 2 now and then this will again change to a equal to a into 2. Now if I change the value of the variable a to 2, so what we should get is 2 into 2, that is a is equal to a into 2. The value of a is 2. If I run it, then I should get 2 into 2, that is 4. See, as you can see here, the answer is 4. So this is the multiply is equal to operator.
Now I'm taking the fourth one, which is divide is equal to, which means the value of a will be divided by the value 2. It can also be written as a is equal to a divided by 2. So our initial value is 2 and it will be divided by 2 again. So the answer should be 1. Now if I am taking 4, again dividing it by 2, the answer should be, when I run it, is 4 divided by 2, which is 2. And you can see that Python has by default changed the integer value to a float value because the answer is 2.0. This is done by Python automatically. Again, I am taking the next operator, which is exponent equal to. Here in this case, I will take the value of a to be 2. So the actual thing that is happening is a is equal to a double star 2. That means a is equal to a to the power 2. Here in my case the value of a is 2, so 2 to the power 2. So when I run it, I should get the answer as 2 power 2, which is 4. You can see here the answer is 4. So this is the exponent equal to operator. The last one that we have is the floor division operator, which is also denoted by double forward slash followed by an equal sign. Here it can also be written as a is equal to a double forward slash 2 or a floor division 2. Now what this will do is it will print the quotient in this case. So 2 divided by 2, the quotient should be 1. Now I am running my program. As you can see here in the console, you will find the answer to be 1 because the quotient when 2 divided by 2 is equal to 1. This is the logic behind this.
Membership operators in Python. Membership operators are of two types, in and not in. So let us start. I will take a variable a is equal to 10 and I will take another variable b is equal to 20. So here you can see the value of a is 10 and the value of b is 20. Then I will take a list, say my list is equal to, I will take 5 values, say 1 through 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And then I will use the conditional if statement and write if a in my list. The in written here is a membership operator which will check whether a is in the list or not. So the value of a is 10 and it will check with the in membership operator whether a is in the list or not. Then I will print a is in the list and else print a is not in the list. So what it means is the in membership operator checks if a is in the list or not. If a is in the list, then it will print a is in the list. Otherwise, it will print that a is not in the list. Again, I will take another thing. I will write if b not in my list. Here in this case, the not in is also a membership operator. It will check if the value of b is not in my list. The in and not in are two types of membership operators that we are learning today. Here it will check if b is not in the list, then it will print b is not in the list. Else I will print that b is in the list. So in this case, I will take another variable c and I will write c is equal to b divided by a. Then I will write if c in my list, then print C is in the list, else I will print C is not in the list. So what will happen is the value of A is 10 and the value of B is 20. And I have taken a list where the values are 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now, first of all, it will check whether A is in my list with the help of the membership operator. And then if A is in the list, then the first print statement will be printed. Or else, if A is not in the list, then the second part will be printed. In the same way, I have used the not in membership operator in the second one, and it will check if B is not in the list, and then it will print B is not in the list. Or else, if it's in the list, it will print B is in the list. In the C variable, I have assigned B divided by A. So, when 20 is divided by 10, the answer in this case will be 2. So, if C is in my list, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, you can see that 2 exists in the list, therefore it will print C is in the list. If it's not present, then it will print C is not in the list. So when we run my program, I should find A is not in the list, B is not in the list, and C is in the list. So I'm running it. As you can see, A is not in the list because the value of A is 10 and it is not included in the list that I have taken. Therefore, it is printing A is not in the list. And in the second case, B is not in my list because the value of B, which is 20, does not exist in this list 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Therefore, it is printing B is not in the list. In case of C, which is B divisible by A, actually what happens is 20 is divided by 10 and the value is 2. Therefore, it is existing in the list. You can see the 2 value is existing. Therefore, it's printing C is in my list. Therefore, the first statement, which is C is in the list, is being printed. So this is about the two membership operators, in and not in.
Identity operators in Python. And before starting, let me tell you there are two types of identity operators in Python, which are the is and the is not identity operator. To describe them in detail, I will take an example where we are defining two variables a and b, and with the help of the is and is not identity operators, we will be checking whether they have the same identity or not. As you can see here, I have two variables a and b, assigned the values 20 to each. Now I am printing value of a is a and id is id of a. Here id is a built-in keyword which actually finds the identity of a variable. So I am printing value of a is a and id is id of a. Here the value of a and the id of a will be printed. As you can see here, when I am running my program, the value of a is 20 and the id is the certain number. In the same way, the value of b is 20 and the id is a certain number. Now I will tell you how to compare them with the help of the comparison operator as well as the identity operators. Then you will understand the difference between the use of the comparison operator and the identity operator. I have commented it, so now I will remove the comments and I will show you what I have done here. I have written id of a is equal to id of b. I have used the if conditional statement. Here id of a and id of b, they will check the identity with the help of the
comparison operator, which is the equal operator here. So if id of A is equal to B, then it will print A and B have the same identity. Otherwise, it will print A and B do not have the same identity. I am running it. You can check that the value of A is 20 and the ID is a certain number. Value of B is 20 and the ID is a certain number. And just because the IDs are same, it is printing A and B have the same identity. You can see the IDs are same in this case. Therefore, A and B have the same identity is being printed. Now this was using the comparison operators. Now I will show you how to use the identity operators. I will uncomment this section and then here I am using the same if conditional statement. I am writing if A is B. So here is a identity operator which checks the ID of A and B, and in this case we need not write the ID keyword in front of the variables. The is identity operator is automatically doing it. So when it is equal, then we are printing A and B have the same identity, otherwise we are printing A and B do not have the same identity. Here in the top case, you see we have written ID the keyword. In the identity operator we are not using that. So when I am running it, you can see the value of A is A and the ID is the certain number, and the value of B is 20 and the ID is a certain number, and it's printing A and B have the same identity because the IDs are same, as you can see here. So this was the is identity operator. Now I will show you how to use the is not identity operator. Here I am updating my value of B to 30. The initial value of A was 20 and B was 20. In this case I am updating the value of B to 30. In the earlier case it was printing A and B have the same identity. I was taking the example where I wrote the print statement in a different style. In this case I am writing the print statement in another style. It is a short form. Here you can see the ID A equal to the value of A will be printed, and I have written in shortcut the ID of A. In the same way I have done it for the B variable as well. And I have used the is not identity operator here. Here also we are not using the ID keyword. We are only writing A is not B. Here it will check if the ID of A is not equal to B, because not is written here, then it will print A and B do not have same identity. Otherwise it will print A and B have same identity. When I am running my program, you can see that this was my earlier part of the code where it printed A and B have same identity. Here, because of the is operator, this part of the code produces this result where the is identity operator is used. Now in the second case I have updated the value of B to 30. So you can see the value of A is the initial value, which was 20. This was the ID. Now the value of B gets updated, it becomes 30 and it has a different ID. You can see the ID value has changed. If the IDs are not equal, then it will print A and B do not have same identity. That's why you get this output, because the IDs are different. Otherwise it would have printed the else statement, which is A and B have the same identity.
Bitwise operators in Python. So what does bitwise mean? Bitwise means bit by bit calculation on any given integer number. Suppose we have a given integer, we convert it into its binary form and then do operation on it bit by bit. The operation done on each and every bit is known as the bitwise operation, and the operator used in this case is known as the bitwise operator. Now the question arises, how many types of bitwise operators are there? So let me tell you, there are 6 types of bitwise operators in Python. They are bitwise AND, bitwise OR, bitwise XOR, bitwise NOT,
bitwise left shift and the bitwise right shift. So let us take some examples to understand them better. Let us take the first one, the bitwise AND operator. Here you can see I have written A and B. Here A is a variable and B is another variable, and I have written the ampersand symbol, which is actually the bitwise AND operator. So A bitwise AND B, or A and B you can say. Here the logic is the output is 1 when both the input bits are 1, or else it is 0. What it means is, whenever the input bit from A is 1 and the input bit from B is also 1, then only the value or the answer is 1. Second case, when A is 1 and B is 0, the output is 0. In the third case, when the input from A is 0 and the input from B is 1, then also the output is 0. In the fourth case, when both A and B have the same inputs 0 and 0, as you can see here, then the answer is 0. So only in the first case where both the input bits are 1, then the answer is 1. So let us take an example here so that you can understand it better. Here I have taken an example where I have written A, I am taking the value 10, and B I have taken the value of 11. And for 10, this is the binary representation, it is 1010. For 11, this is the binary representation, which is 1011. So according to our example, when we do A and B for 10 and 11, let us go to the earlier example. Here, as you see, when A is 1 and B is 1, then only the output is 1. And in all the other cases, the output is 0. So, coming to our example, in case it is 0 and 1, so the output is 0. Here it is 1 and 1. According to the previous example, when both are 1, then the output is 1. So in this case, 1, A is 1 and B is also 1. So the output is also 1. In the last case, as you can see here, 0 and 0 produces 0. So here it is 0 and 0. So the answer is 0. And in the final case, when both the input bits are high, then the answer is 1. So the total answer is 1010, which is the binary form of integer 10. Therefore, A and B, when the value of A and B are 10 and 11, the answer is 10. Therefore, 10 and 11 results in the output to be 10. Let us check it with the help of PyCharm. Here I am taking A is equal to 10 and I am taking B is equal to 11. So here you can see A is 10 and B is 11. And according to our example, 10 and 11 have the binary forms as given, and the result was 1010, which was 10. So here 10 and 11, I will print the binary by using the inbuilt keyword bin. I will print binary of A, then I will run my program, and as you can see here, it will print the binary representation of A, or 10, which is 0B1010, and this is the binary representation, and 1010 is the binary form of 10. Again, when I print bin of B and run my program again, it will print the binary representation of 11, which is 0B1011, and this 1011 is the binary form or value of 11. So just to make it easier to understand, I will comment it out, say hash 1010 for 10, and for 11 I will write 1011. so that we can understand it better. I will remove this thing and I will take another variable. C is equal to A and B. Here this ampersand is the bitwise AND operator. What it does is it calculates the bitwise AND operation between A and B with this binary values and calculates the result and stores it in the C variable. So I will print C and I will run my program. Here you can see the answer is 10, as we saw in our example. Now you can see here, when we did the AND operation between 10 and 11, we got 10. So according to our PyCharm also, we are getting 10 as the answer. Now here I will print the binary value of C as well. So I will use the bin keyword, bin of C, and now I'm running it. You can see here is the answer 10 and here is the bin C keyword that we used. So it brought out the binary representation, and this is the 1010 binary value for the integer 10. So this is the bitwise AND operator in Python. Next we will move on to the bitwise OR operator. Here, as you can see here, I have taken two variables A and B and I have separated them with the help of this pipe symbol or the bitwise OR operator. This pipe symbol, as you can see here, is the bitwise OR operator. So this statement is A or B. Here the output is 1 when any of the bits is 1 or else 0. It means that if any of the input bits from A and B is 1, then the resultant bit is 1, or else in other cases it is 0. I have taken an example 10 and for variable A, and for variable B I have taken 11, and here is the binary representation of both the variables, 1010 for 10 and 1011 for 11. And then here you can see when any of the input bits from A and B is 1, we will be getting 1 as the answer, because the output is 1 when any of the bits is 1 or else it is 0. So 0 and 1 will produce the output 1. 1 and 1 will also produce the result 1, because any of the bits has to be 1. Therefore the answer is 1. In the third case both are 0, so the answer will be 0. In the fourth case as well, the answer will be 1, because 1 and 1 is the input. In case of the AND operator, when we did the AND operation between 10 and 11, we got the result as 10. In case of the OR operator, when we are doing 10 or 11, we are getting the answer as 11. Now let us check it with the help of PyCharm. This was my earlier example where I used A and B as 10 and 11, and then A has the binary representation 1010 and B equal to 11 has the binary representation 1011, and then I took a variable C is equal to A and B, then I printed the result of C, and then I printed the binary of C. This is 10 and this is the binary representation of 10, and this is the binary form of the value 10. Now I will change this AND operator and use the pipe or the bitwise OR operator. So this becomes A or B, and then when I run my program, you can see that the result is 11, and here in this case, and this is the binary representation of 11, and this 1011 is the binary form of 11. So this is the bitwise OR operator. Now let us move on to our next operator, which is the bitwise XOR operator. Here the output is 1 when both the bits are different, or else it is 0. Or you can represent it like this: the output is 1 when there are odd number of ones, or else it is 0. So what I mean to say is, when both the bits are different, here both the bits are same, It is 1 and 1. So it is 0. In this case, it is 1 and 0. See, both the bits are different. Therefore, the answer is 1. In this case also, 0 and 1. It is different. Therefore, the output is 1. In the fourth one, both the bits are same. Therefore, the result is 0. Let us understand it with the help of an example. I have taken 5 as a number and 10 as another number. This is the binary form of 5, 0, 1, 0, 1, and this is the binary form of 10, which is 1, 0, 1, 0. So 5 XOR 10, when we do it according to our initial example, 1, 0, both the bits are different, therefore the answer is 1. Here also 0 and 1, both the bits are different, therefore the answer is 1. In the third case also 1, 0, both the bits are different, therefore the answer is 1. And in the fourth case as well, both the bits are different, 0 and 1, therefore the resultant output is 1. So the final answer is 1111, which is the binary form of the number 15. Therefore 5 XOR 10 is equal to 1111 or 15. Hence 5 cap 10. This cap is the bitwise XOR operator. This cap here you see is actually the symbol for the bitwise XOR operator. It is also known as cap or the bitwise XOR operator. So 5 cap 10 is also known as 5 XOR 10. So let us check this in PyCharm. I have taken a equal to 10 and b equal to 11. Then this was the OR operator where we used the pipe, and then I printed my result and the binary of the result. Now I will change this pipe and I will change it to my cap symbol. This becomes the bitwise XOR operator now. So this statement is C is equal to A XOR B. I have the values 10 and 11. Now when I run my program, you can see in the console the value is 1, because only in the first case the input bits are 0 and 1, they are different. Therefore in this case only we will be getting 1. In all the other cases the input bits are same, 1 0 1 1 0 1. Therefore in this cases we will be getting 0 0 and 0, and the final one is 1. Therefore we got this 1, 0 b 1, and this 1 is the binary form of 1. So if we take another example, say I will take a equal to 5 and b is equal to 10 and run my program, then you can see, as we saw in my earlier example, I am getting the answer 15. As you can see here, 5 cap 10 is 15, and this is the answer 15, and this is the binary representation of 15, and this is the binary number 1111 for 15. So this is the bitwise XOR operator. Now let us move on to the next operator, which is the bitwise NOT operator or the complement operator. Bitwise NOT is represented by this sign, which is called the tilde. So tilde represents NOT of A or the complement of A. Like whenever we want to do inverse of any bit, then we use the NOT operator. It actually reverses the value. The output is 1 for 0 and 0 for 1. Negation of 0 is equal to 1 and negation of 1 is equal to 0. So let us take an example. Here I have taken 10 is equal to 1010. This is the binary form, and when we do NOT of 10 or complement of 10, we get the exact opposite. As in our example we saw, negation of 0 is 1 and negation of 1 is 0. So for 0 it is 1, 1 is 0, 0 is 1, 1 is 0. So it's exactly the inverse of the number. So we should get for 10, it should be 0101, but when we do it, we get the answer of minus 10 as minus 11. Let us now see why we get this with the help of PyCharm. This was my OR operator. I will delete all this and write a new line. I am taking a is equal to 10, and then I am printing negation of a. I am running my program. You can see in the console the answer is minus 11. Here in this case, minus 10 is equal to minus 11. We should get minus 11, but computer cannot store a negative value inside its memory. Therefore, it considers positive value of that particular number. So minus 11 cannot be stored. Therefore, computer takes the positive value, that is 11, and stores it in a different manner. Let us now see how it is actually stored. Let us see how minus 10 or negation of 10 is minus 11. For that, what the system or the computer does is, the positive value 11 is taken, and this is the binary representation of 11, and we take the 2's complement. 2's complement is calculated as 1's complement plus 1. So 2's complement of 11. This is the binary representation of 11, and on this we have to do the 1's complement. 1's complement is nothing but exactly opposite. The input bits are reversed. So 1011, when we do the 1's complement on it, we get 0 for 1, again 0 for 1, again 1 for 0, and for 1 it will be 0 again. This is the basic 1's complement of 11. This is the binary representation, this is the 1's complement. Now if we add 1 to it, it becomes the 2's complement. The value of this 2's complement is 0101. This is the 2's complement, and when you see this result binary form 0101, it is actually equivalent to this negation of 10 which we did earlier, 0101. So therefore we can understand that computer stores this negative value as a positive value by taking the 2's complement. Therefore we are getting negation of 10 is equal to minus 11, which is 0101, because to get the answer, computer takes positive value of 11 and then takes 2's complement, hence we get the result as 0101, which is negation of 10. Complement of 10 or negation of 10 is 0101. 2's complement of 11 is also 0101, hence negation of 10 is equal to minus 11. If we have to take a basic formula for this, it is negation of 10 is equal to minus of n minus 1. Suppose the value of n is 10, then negation of 10 is minus 10 minus 1, which is equal to minus 11. This is the basic way to understand this. Now let us go to the bitwise shift operators. First of all, we will look into the bitwise right shift operator. Here in the right shift operator, I have taken a variable a is equal to 10. This is the 8-bit representation of the integer 10. As you can see here, there are 8 bits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. And this 1010 is the exact number, and just because we need to represent it in the 8-bit form, therefore 4 zeros are added. Now when we shift a to the right side by 2 steps, this is the symbol. What it does is, it shifts the bits 2 steps to the right. Now when 10 is shifted 2 bits to the right side, as you can see here, the last 2 bits will be discarded and all this other 6 bits will be shifted to the right. As you can see by the picture here, all this have been shifted. Just because 2 spaces are left behind, there are 2 bits added which are 2 zeros. These are the two added bits here. So when these two are discarded and these two zeros are added, we get a new number. So when 10 is right shifted by 2 bits, we get the answer as 10 right shifted by 2 bits is equal to 2. Here you can see this is the binary 8-bit representation of 2. This is the final answer when 10 is right shifted 2 bits. Let us check this in PyCharm. I will remove all this and then I will write a is equal to 10. Then I will take another variable. I will first print binary of a. And then as you can see here, I am getting the binary representation of a. And then I am taking another variable b is equal to a right shifted, this is the symbol for bitwise right shift, by 2 steps. This is the step which we need to give. It can be any number. I have taken 2 here. Then I will print b, and then again I will print the binary form of b, bin of b. Now when I am running my program, you can see that this was the binary of a, and when I am shifting a by 2 bits, then I am getting the answer as 2. As you can see in the example, when 10 is shifted 2 bits, then the answer is 2. So I have taken the variable b, and then when 10 is shifted by 2 bits, then I am getting the answer 2. And when I am printing the binary of b, I am getting this binary representation, and this is the binary form 0 1 1. Now let us come to the bitwise left shift. Bitwise left shift is the same as the bitwise right shift. In this case, only difference is that it will be shifted 2 bits or any number of bits to the left hand side. Here I have taken a number 138, and I have taken the binary representation of this number 138, and then I am shifting it by 2 bits to the left. As you can see here, this 6 bits will be shifted to the right, and the front 2 bits will be discarded, and this 2 bits are added to the right hand side. So this is 138, and when 138 is shifted 2 bits to the left hand side, the 6 bits are coming here and 2 bits are added. So this is the answer. Hence 138 left shifted by 2 steps is equal to 552. Let us check it with the help of an example. I am taking a equal to 138, then I am changing this shift operator. I am doing it left shift. I am printing the result, and I am running my program. You can see here, this is the binary representation of 138, and as you can see here, this is the 8-bit binary representation of 138, and I am performing the left shift operation, and I am getting the result of 552, and this is the binary representation of 552, and finally I am getting the result. So this is the bitwise left shift operator.
Now, what are formatted strings? Whenever we have to use write or print or concatenate different strings into a single string, we make use of the type conversion method. I have already prepared a video on data type conversion. I will give the link in the description. Generally, when we deal with different types of data, we have to use string concatenation with type conversion, which is time consuming. It also increases the length of our program and decreases the efficiency of our program. These problems can be solved by using the formatted strings method. Okay, then let's start with some examples in PyCharm. Here I have taken a variable name is equal to, I will take a string, say David. Then I will take another variable
age is equal to 23. Now I will use the print function, and whenever we use the print function, I will write on the quotes my name is, and while concatenation we use the plus symbol, and then I will write my variable name. So what will happen is it will refer to the value David inside the name variable, and it will print and concatenate with this string. Then again I will write plus, and I will continue my string, and my age is, again I will concatenate and use my age variable here. So when I run my program, you can see that I'm getting an error. It is a type error. It says can concatenate only string, not int to str. This means that this age variable is an integer variable and this is a string, so it cannot be concatenated together because the David value is a string value. This is also a string value. The name variable contains a string value, and this is also a string value, and this is also a string value. But the age variable is not a string value. It is an integer value, which is 23. This cannot be concatenated. So to solve this problem, what we can do is we can use the str keyword before that and put the age variable inside braces and close the bracket. Now when I run my program, you can see that I'm getting this. My name is David and my age is 23. But you can see there is no space between these two words because I haven't put a space. So behind the quotes I will put a space, and again I will run. So now the sentence is better, and you can see the space between this. So this all small things has to be kept in mind while doing string concatenation. And there is one more method where we can use the comma instead of the plus symbol. So I'm removing the plus symbols and using commas. I will remove all the plus symbols. Now I'm running my program. You can see that it is getting me the same output. So this was another method of string concatenation, use the comma. Now we have to also follow the type conversion method in string concatenation. Now let us move on to the formatting strings method. Formatting string starts with a F followed by quotes. The quotes can be single or double. So I will start it. I will write my name is. Here instead of plus and comma we use the placeholders, which is actually the curly braces, and in between the curly braces we use our name variable. These curly braces are known as the placeholders. Use the variables whichever we want to assign. So the my name is string will be concatenated with the value stored in the name variable, and I don't have to go out of the quotes to concatenate anything. I can continue here itself. So I'm writing and my age is. Again I will use the placeholder, and here in this case I will use the age variable. Now I'm running it. You can see I'm getting the same output as the previous one. My name is David and my age is 23. So this is another beautiful method which is very easy, and here we don't have to worry about concatenation, plus or comma. It becomes very easy to use. This is a simple method of formatting strings where the placeholders are reflecting the values in the variables and it is easily concatenated. Now I am using the dot format method where I will use the placeholders but I will remove the variable names, and after the quotes I will write dot format. This method is known as the dot format method, and in between the braces I will use the arguments for the placeholders. I have two placeholders, so I will be using two arguments, which are my name and the age variables in this case. So here the first argument will be referring to the first placeholder, the second one will be referring to the second placeholder. So here I am writing my name variable. So name, the value David will be referring to the first placeholder, and after comma I will use the second variable or argument, which is age. It will be referring to the second placeholder. So the value of 23 will be printed. Here I am running my program. You can see in the console, my name is David and my age is 23. So the name argument is referring to the name variable and it will be printed in the first placeholder. The age argument will be referring to the value 23 and it will be printed in the second placeholder. So this is the dot format method. I have another method where I will be using the indexing. Let me give another argument, say 25, which is an integer value. So the name index is 0, the index of the age argument is 1, and the index of 25 is 2. So all the indexes are 0, 1 and 2. Name has 0, age is 1 and 25 is 2. Now I will use the index in the placeholders. I will write 0 here. And in the second case, I will write 1. Now if I run my program, you will find that my name is David and my age is 23 has been printed. But if I change the index to 2, instead of the age variable, the 25 integer or the third argument will be printed here. I will run it. You can see in the console it has changed. Now the third argument is printed instead of the age variable. So this is done by indexing method because 2 is pointing to the third argument which has the index 2. Conditional statements in Python. Now what are conditional statements and where are conditional statements used? Whenever we need to take a decision while writing our programs, we make use of the conditional statements. The conditional statements in Python have the if, the elif and the else statements which we use to tackle decision making problems in our code. Okay, let's start by looking at some examples in PyCharm. I need to tell you one more thing. We always start the conditional statements with the if statement and end it with the else statement. To explain you the syntax, I will take a very simple example. So here I am taking the if statement and then I am writing the condition here. The condition is 5 greater than 3 and to end it I will use the colon. And as soon as I press enter, you can see it has been indented automatically by Python. So whatever I write will be in this if block of code. So you have to keep in mind the indentation process. Now when this condition is true, then this set of statement will be executed. So I am writing print true and as soon as I hit the backspace after that, I am out of the indentation. So now this becomes a separate block of code and this mouse cursor is now pointing to the outside of the block of code. Now I will use the else statement and in the else statement we do not need to write any logic. Every condition or logic is written in the if statement. The else statement just prints the opposite of the if statement. Else statement is finished by the colon, then opposite of the if statement, I will write the statement here. I will write print and I will type false in between the quotes. So if the condition is true, then the if part of the code will be executed or else the else part will be executed. So when I run my program, you can see here the answer is true or the output is true because 5 is greater than 3. So the first part of the statement will be executed and that's why we are getting true. Now if we change the statement and put less than 3 and run my program, you can see that the answer is false because
5 is not less than 3, therefore the else part of the statement, which is false, will be printed. This is the logic behind this. If the condition is true, then the first part will be executed, or else the second part of the else statement will be executed. Now let us take another example to let you understand better. Now I will take a variable name and I will take a user input, and in between the quotes I will write enter your name, and followed by a colon I will give a space. What it does is, this space will be very easy for the user to understand. You can also use the slash and keyword. What happens is, whenever the user puts the input, it will be printed in the next line, not in the same line. But this space is okay. It also distinguishes between the message and the input. So I will give the space here, and then I will press enter, and then I will take another variable which is age. Just because age will be an integer value, I will convert it into an integer now itself, so that I don't have to use string concatenation and all. So I'm writing int, and then in between the int I will use the input function, and then I will enter your age, and then again, like the previous case, I am putting the space after the colon. So this int keyword will automatically convert the string input from the user to an integer value, because age is an integer value. Now I will use the if statement and follow it with my condition. If age is less than 8, I will print, and I will use the formatting strings. In between the quotes I will write, as in my earlier videos, I will use the placeholders, and in between the placeholders I am using the name variable, and I will write is a kid. Then I will come out of the indentation, and instead of the else I will use the elif, because I have some other conditions to tackle here. So I will take age greater than 8 and age less than 13, and because I am using two conditions here, so I will separate them with the help of parenthesis, because it becomes very easy to understand in this way. And then I will put the colon and press enter. See, it is already automatically indented. I will write print, and again I will use the formatted strings and the placeholder and my name variable. Name is young, and again I will use my elif statement, because I have to use one more condition where age is greater than 13. It should be greater than equal to 13, and it should be less than 18. And I will put the colon and press enter, and then I will print here using the formatted strings. Name is teenager. As we have already covered all the categories, the less than category, the between 8 and 13 category, and the age category between 13 years and 18 years of age. Now I can finish the conditional statement by writing my else. So I will start the else statement. And what I will do is, if the user age is more than 18, I will print any age greater than or equal to 18 is an adult. So use the formatting strings and the placeholder. Name is
adult. So that's it. The logic behind this is I'm taking the input of the username. Again, I'm taking the input of the user age in my age variable and converting it with the int statement in keyword, because I don't want to deal with concatenation or type conversion. That's why I'm using the int keyword here. And so what happens here is, if the user age is less than 8, the user is a kid. If the user age is between 8 and 13 years of age, then the user is young. Again, if the user age is between 13 and less than 18, then the user is a teenager. Otherwise, if the user's age is 18 or more than 18, then the user is an adult. So this is it, guys. I will run my program now and check whether it is working properly or not. I'm running it. So it's been prompting us, enter your name. I will give a name John here, and I will enter the age, say below 8 years. So let it be 7, so that I can check my first condition. I'm running it. See, John is a kid has been printed, because this John here is the input provided by the user, and just because I'm using the placeholder here, it is directly referring to the John name which the user has just given an input. So it automatically gets printed here. Again, let me check the next condition. I will take the name to be John, and I will take the age to be 11, say. And when I'm running it, you can see that it is printing John is young, because the age is between 8 and 13. Let me check the third case. I'm running it. Let the name be same, John, and let the age be between 13 and 18. Let's say 15. I'm running it. You can see John is teenager. Again, let me check the fourth one. The name, let it be same, John. The age, let it be 19, which is getting 18. Now you can see John is adult has been printed. This was a simple example to show you the use of the conditional statements. Now I will take another example where I will be telling the details. Let me take a variable salary is equal to, I will take the input. Just because salary is an integer value, I am converting it into integers right away, and I will type the message, enter your salary. Again, I will take another variable, say expenses is equal to, I will also take it into integer values, int, and again input, enter your expenses, and then I will find the savings and store it in the savings variable. So savings will be equal to salary minus the expenses. So here I will print the savings as well using the formatted strings. Your savings for this month is, I will use the placeholders and I will take the savings variable. So that's it. What I am doing is I am taking a user salary and taking the expenses. Then I am calculating the savings by the formula salary minus expenses, and then I am printing the savings of the user. Fine, I am running it. Let me check. In the console, it's prompting us for the salary. Let the salary be 20,000. Let the expenses be, say, 5,000. So you can see it is working properly. The savings for this month is 15,000. Now let us continue. Here I will be using the conditional statements now. So I will write if savings greater than equal to 15,000 and finish it with a colon. I will print congratulations, you can buy a smartphone this month. Okay, then I will continue with the elif statement and write savings greater than equal to 5,000 and savings less than 15,000. Then I will print congratulations, you can buy a nice pair of earbuds this month. And now, as I have taken all the conditions, I will use the else statement now. I will print oops, sorry, you haven't saved enough this month to purchase anything. Try again next month. So the code is complete, and here I have taken the salary, taken the expenses, and calculated the savings and printed the savings. And my ultimate idea is that when the savings is greater than 15,000, this block will be printed. If the savings is between 5,000 and 15,000, then the elif block print statement will be printed. And finally, if both are false, then the else part, this statement will be printed. Let me run my program in the console. You can see it's prompting for salary. Let the salary be 50,000 and the expenses be 25,000. You can see that the savings for this month is 25,000. Congratulations, you can buy a smartphone this month. So just because the savings is greater than 15,000, this part of the print statement is being printed. Now let me check with the other values. Enter your salary, say 20,000. Enter your expenses, say 7,000. You can see your savings for this month is 13,000. So it's printing congratulations, you can buy a nice pair of earbuds this month, which is the second print statement of the elif block, because the savings here is between 5,000 and 15,000. Let me try with the third one. Enter your salary, say 20,000 only, and expenses be 16,000. Now the savings for this month is 4,000, and now you can see it's printing oops, sorry, you haven't saved enough this month to purchase anything. Try again next month. This is happening because now the savings is less than 5,000. So this is the conditional statements in Python.
Loops in Python. We use loops whenever we have to iterate over a certain condition or whenever we have to do certain repetitive tasks. There are two kinds of loops in Python, which are for loop and while loop. In today's video, I will be talking about for loops. So let's start. I am taking a variable, my list, and then I will assign a list to it, which will have the items, say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You can see that this my list has the items which are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now I will use the for loop here. So this is the syntax for writing the for loop. Here I have written for, and then I will use the loop variable. You can take any name. The loop variable will iterate over this list. I'm taking, say, data. And so this data will iterate over the items inside this list, which is my list. Then I will use the membership operator in, and then I will write my list. So here is the basic syntax for writing a for loop. Here you can see for data in my list. This data will iterate over this my list, and it will store the values 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And I'm using the membership operator so that I can iterate over the list which I created. Now as I press enter, you can see it has automatically indented it. So now whatever I write will be inside the for loop. I will use print statement, and then I will print data. So what it will do is it will print the items 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 in the my list. So when I run my program, you can see that I'm getting 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 in totally different lines. In the variable, you can see all these are in horizontal, but I'm getting the output in the console in vertical new lines. This is because Python executes everything line by line. Therefore, I'm getting this in single lines. Now I will show you a new option which is called debugging. Which will give you a very good idea about what is actually happening. So this is the debugging process. Here you can see data has the value 1, which is the first item in the list in the first iteration, and therefore in the first iteration it is printing 1. Similarly, in the second iteration, you can see data value is 2, so it will print 2. In the third iteration, the data value will be 3, and therefore it will print 3. In the fourth iteration, similarly, it will have the value 4, and therefore 4 will get printed. In the fifth iteration, as you already know, it will print 5 because the value of data is 5. So this is a basic example of using for loop where I took the loop variable data. I will show you another example now. Here I am writing for. This time I will take the loop variable to be, say, num. So I will write for num. Again, I will use the membership operator in and then take my list. And then I will use the if statement. If num equal 3, then I will press enter. Then I will print found the number. Then I will press enter and then I will write continue. I will tell you what this continue does. I'm going out of the if condition statement and then I'm printing num. So what it will do is the num will iterate over this list and it will print 1 and then 2. But when it gets the value 3, it will go inside the if statement and then it will not print the number 3. It will print found the number. Then because of the continue statement, it will go to the next line and it will print 4 and finally 5. So you can see the difference. Because of the if statement, it will print found the number. It will not print the number 3 from the list. I'm running it. You can see the difference. It is printing 1, printing 2, then it is printing found the number. It is not printing the number 3. Then because of the continue, it is printing 4 and 5. I will use the debugging and show you what actually is happening here. You can see that in the first iteration, the value of num is 1 and therefore it will print 1. In the second iteration, the num value is 2 and it is printing 2. But in the third iteration, it is going to the if statement and because the value of num is 3, it will go into the if statement and then it is printing found the number. Then because of the continue, it is again going to the for loop, and here you can see it is going to 4 and printing 4. And similarly, in the next iteration, it will be printing 5. Now I will make certain changes. I will change this continue statement and write break here, and I will show you what difference it makes in the program. What it will do is, when it goes into the if statement, it will print found the number and it will stop the execution of the program. It will come out of the for loop. I'm running it. You can see it prints 1, then it prints 2, and when it finds 3, it prints found a number, and because of the break statement, it actually goes out of the for loop. So this is the use of the continue and the break statement. Now I will show you a nested for loop. So let's begin. Nested for loop means it will have a for loop inside a for loop. So this is the for loop which will be outside. So I'm using the loop variable number for number in my list. And here this is the inner for loop. Say I will write for letter in. I will take a string ABC. My list is this list, and this ABC is referring to the letter loop variable which I used. So letter will be directly referring to this string value ABC, and it will be iterating over it. Now if I go inside the for loop and print first number, comma, then letter, what will happen is, for the outside for loop, it will print the numbers and it will iterate over the my list, and for the inside for loop, it will directly print the string letters which are A, B and C. So that's why I have taken the print function and used number and letter. Let me run it for you so that you can understand. You can see it's printing 1A, 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, 2C, and similarly till 5 it is printing 5A, 5B and 5C. Now I will take the debugging option and show you what actually it does. You can see in the first iteration the value of number is 1, and it will be constant because now it goes into the second for loop. The value of letter will be initially A, and therefore it will print 1A. Then the number, as it is constant, it will be 1, but the value of letter will change. It will become B, therefore it will print 1B, and then it will print 1C. Now it will go to the outside for loop and the value of number will change to 2, as you can see here. Then the value of letter again becomes A, so it will print 2A. Similarly, it will go on printing till 5A, 5B and 5C. So this is how the nested for loops work. In my earlier video, I showed you how to use the for loop and the basic syntax of the for loop with some examples. In today's video, I will be talking about the use of the range function with the for loop. So let's start. I will go on to the PyCharm, and here I will write the program for you. So let's start with the for loop now. I'm writing for. I will take the loop variable to be num, and then the membership operator in. Then I will use the range function, and in using the range function, you have to remember that you have to use the parenthesis and then the colon. Inside the range function, you have to give an integer value. Here I will take 5, and then I press enter. You can see it's already indented. So whatever I write now will be inside the block of the for loop. So here I will write print my loop variable num. Now if I run this program, I'm running it, you can see that the numbers from 0 till 4 have been printed on the console. So what does it mean? It means that when we take the range function,
the last value is ignored. So it will start from 0 and it will go till the second last value. So I will write a comment here so that you can understand better. I will write range will be 0 to n minus 1. So here the range value n is 5. So it will be from 0 till n minus 1, that is 5 minus 1, which is 4. That's why when we print our loop variable num, we are getting 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So this is a basic example of using the range function in a for loop. Now I will show you another example so that you get a better idea. This time I will use the nested for loop and then use the range function inside it. So let's do it. I will delete this. Now I will take another for loop and I will write I in range, say 1, 11, and then I'll press enter. Here I will take another for loop, which will be the inner for loop. So for j in range, same 1, 11, colon, enter. I will write k is equal to I into j. Then here I will print k. Then after comma I will write n is equal to an empty string. So now what is the meaning of this empty string? I will tell you as soon as I run the program. You will get a better idea. Now I will go out of the block of the for loop and here I will again print a blank parenthesis. So here when I run this program, I will run it. Here you can see that for the outer for loop, the I loop variable is iterating in the range 1 to 10 because I already told you the last integer number, that is 11, will not be taken. So it will iterate from 1 to 10. And so in the first iteration, the value of I will be 1. And then it will go inside the second or the inner for loop. And here the loop variable j will also have the range from 1 to 10 because the last integer is not considered. So both have 1 and 1 now. Then I have taken a new variable k where I have assigned the value I into j. So here 1 into 1 will be multiplied and we will be getting 1. So here for the first iteration we get 1. Then the outer for loop variable, which is I, will have the value 1, which is constant. Only the inner for loop j variable value will change. It will become 2. And therefore we will be getting 1 into 2. So similarly it will go on printing till 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. And after that the control will go to the outer for loop. And then in the second iteration the value of I will change to 2. Then similarly it will print the multiplication table of 2. And after that in the third iteration it will become 3 and go on to print the multiplication table of 3. And so on, it will print till the multiplication table of 10 because in the range function only 1 till 10 will be taken. So in this case you can see that the range function takes two parameters. The initial or the start point is 1 and the end point is 11. So 11 will not be considered, only till 10 it will be considered. As I told you in the earlier one, here also I will write a comment so that you can understand better. Range is 1 to n minus 1. So here n is 11. So it will be 11 minus 1, that is 10. So now it's easy for you to understand, right? So here I will use the debugging option so that you can get a very good idea about what is actually happening with the program. And in this case, I did not tell you about the end equal to empty string. What happens is, whenever we use the print function, it actually prints whatever is inside the parenthesis and it goes to a new line. But when we use this end method or the end keyword and provide an empty string as an input, then it actually keeps the control in the same line. So we will be getting this k equal to I into j output in the same line. Then as long as this j loop variable iterates between 1 to 10, it will be on the same line. Then after that, when the control of the inner for loop is finished, then it will go out, and here you can see I have printed an empty parenthesis, which means that now the control will be sent to the next line. Then again it will go to the outer for loop, and so this will go on. Now let me show it with the help of debugging. I have to create a breakpoint here. So this is the breakpoint. You can see the red color here. Now I will use the debugging. So now let's start with the debugging process. Here you can see in the console, in the first iteration, you can see the value of I is 1. Now it goes on to the inner loop, and here in the first iteration in the inner loop, the value of j will be also 1. So now this k equal to I into j will be calculated. Here 1 into 1 will be 1. Therefore, we should get 1 in the console. Then you can see 1 has been printed in the console. Now the inner loop j variable will be 2 in the second iteration. You can see it has changed, and now the value of k will change to 1 into 2, which will become 2, and so it will print the next number, which will be 1 into 2, that is 2. And you can see, because of the end equal to empty string that I have given, it is keeping the output in the same line. It is printing everything in the same line. The control is being not given to the next line. So in this way, it will go on printing all the numbers from 1 till 10. You can see that now it's going till 10, and after that you will see that it goes out of the inner for loop. Now because I have used the print with the empty parenthesis, it will go to the next line. Then it will go to the outer for loop. Then in the second iteration, it will have the value I equal to 2. You can see that now the value of I has changed to 2. So this is how this nested for loop is working with the range function. Now I will fast forward and show you what actually will happen. See, it is printing the 2 table, the 3 table, the 4 table, the 5 table, the 6 table, the 7 table, the 8 table, the 9 table, and finally the 10 table has been printed. Then after that, it exits the program code. So this is a use of the debugging option, and here you learned about how to use the range function with the starting point and the ending point, and also you saw the use of range function in the nested for loops. The while loop in Python. So what is the while loop? A while loop statement in Python programming language repeatedly executes a target statement as long as a given condition is true. So it means that as long as a certain condition is true, the while loop will execute that statement, and as soon as it becomes false, it will go out of the control of the while loop and it will terminate the program. So let us see a flow chart so that you can get a better idea about the flow of the while loop. You can see here is the flow chart, and here you will write the while keyword, then you will use the expression, then you will write certain statements, and in this flow chart you can see that if the condition is true, then it will execute the conditional code repeatedly as long as the condition is true, and then after that it will terminate the program. But if the condition is false, it will go out of the control of the while loop and it will immediately terminate the program. So this is a basic flowchart about the working of the while loop. Let's move on to PyCharm so that I can show you certain examples to give you a better idea. So let us start with the programming while loop. I will take a variable count is equal to 0. Then I will use the while loop and I will write while count less than 10. I will use the print statement and I will print the count is comma. Then I will call my count variable so that till the value of count is less than 10, it will print the count number, and after it is not satisfying the condition, it will go out of the control of the while loop. So now I'll press enter and I have to increment the value of count, otherwise it will not do, it will only print once or it will actually be going into an infinite loop. So I have to increment the value of count here. I will say count is equal to count plus 1. And you can also write this in this fashion. I will show you with the help of a comment. You can write count plus is equal to 1. It will also produce the same result. So after that, I will go out of the while loop. Then I will print done. So when we run this program, we should find that from 0 till 9, we should get the count output, and as soon as the value of count becomes 10, it should go out of the loop. So let's run it. I'm running it for you. Here you can see that the count is 0, the count is 1. It continues till the value of count is 9. And then finally, after this step, when the value of count becomes 10, then it will go out of the control of the while loop and finally it will print done. So here finally we are getting this done. So I will show you the same thing with the help of debugging so that you get a better idea. Now I will go to the console and here you can see during the first iteration the value of count is 0. So here you can see the count is 0. It's getting printed. After that, second iteration count is 1. It will print count is 1. Similarly, it will go on till the value of count is 9. You can see it's continuing till the value of count is 9. And finally, after this, the count value becomes 10. And so it does not satisfy the condition and it will go out of the loop and it will print done. And it terminates the program. So here you get an idea about the while loop and the definition. As I said, as long as a target statement and the given condition is true, it will print the target statement. You can see here, just because the target was satisfying, it was printing till count is 9. And when count becomes equal to 10, it goes out of the control of the while loop and it prints done. So this is a basic example where you can use the while loop. Now I will show you another example so that you can understand better. Let's delete it. And here I will show you one example where I will go inside an infinite loop. So here I will write a comment so that you can understand better. Infinite loop. So here I will use a variable, say named var, and take the value 1. And now I will use the while loop. While var equal 1. Now this while loop will go into an infinite loop because the value of variable is always 1 because I have assigned the value 1. So here the while loop here will be an infinite loop. Now if I press enter, and now if I take a variable num is equal to int, and if I take an input from the user, say enter a number, then if I print you entered, comma, and I have to use the num. Finally, I will go out of the control of the while loop, and here I will print thank you and finish with the exclamation mark. Now, if I run this program, what should happen is here the value of the variable is 1 and it goes into the infinite loop because it will never change. The value of the variable has been assigned 1. So, as long as we are providing a number, it will take the number and print the number. Let me run it for you so that you can understand. I'm running it. You can see it's asking me for a number. I give 1, then press enter. Then it says you entered the number. That is, I entered 1. Again, it is asking me for another number. This time I give 2 and press enter. Then you can see you entered 2. If I give 3, it will again say you entered 3. Now, if I enter some text, say text, and press enter, it says value error because here I have not provided a integer number which can be converted to a int, because by default whatever the input function takes from the user, it converts it into a string variable. Now this text, whatever I gave as an input, cannot be converted into a integer value, so it is giving us a value error. Now let me sort it out for you. I will again run this program, and here I give 1 and press enter. It says you entered 1. Now you can see, to terminate the while loop, normally you can use Ctrl plus C, but in certain cases Ctrl plus C may not work. So in case of PyCharm, there is another shortcut which is Ctrl plus F2. Now if I press Ctrl plus C, you can see it's actually copying this text. So here when I use Ctrl and F2, it terminates from the while loop. So this is a way of terminating from an infinite while loop. We have already told you about the standard data types, and I have already covered the integer data types, the floating data types, and the complex data types. In today's video, we will be talking about the other 3 data types, which are strings, tuples, and lists. So what are strings now? Let us start with strings. Strings in Python are identified as a contiguous set of characters represented in the quotation marks. Python allows either pair of single or double quotes. Subsets of strings can be taken using the slice operator with indexes starting at 0 in the beginning of the string and working their way to the end at -1. The plus sign is the string concatenation operator, and the asterisk or the star is the repetition operator. So let us move on to PyCharm now, so that I can show you some examples so that you can understand more about strings. Here you can see that I have a variable string which has the string value Python, and it also has one exclamation mark. This whole thing is a complete string, and you can see that it is written in between the single quotes. You can also provide double quotes, it doesn't matter. It will be representing the same string. Now I will show you one by one how to do certain operations with string. Here I have already written some codes for you. I will just remove the comments and show you one by one. Here you can see, if I print my string variable and if I run my program, you can see the string value Python has been printed on the console. Now you can use indexing to print subsets of a string. Here you can see I have this code here. It says print string of 0. So 0 means it will print the first character of the string. So what is the first character in this string? It is P. So when I run it, it should print P. Now you have to remember this, that the indexing starts from 0 and it goes on to the last number. So if there are 7 total characters in a string, then it will be from 0 till 6. Now when I run this, it should print the first letter P. I'm running it for you. You can see that it prints P in the second line. So this is the first character of the string. Now you can see we can also print subsets of a string. This is how to do it. I will remove this comment. You can see it will print 3 to 5. This is how you can print subsets. I have written 3, then colon, and then 5. So 3 means 0, 1, 2, 3. That is the fourth character, and till the fifth character it will print. So you can see that. I will show you in the string here. 0, 1, 2, then 3 is H, and then it will print the fourth one, H and O, because the last value is ignored. So H and O should be printed when I run this program now. I'm running it for you. Now you can see we have here H and O. So this is how you can print subsets. And if you just don't provide any final value, then what will happen is from the fourth index till the last will be printed. This is what I have done in the next code. Here I will remove this. You can see that 0, 1, 2, that is the third character till the last character will be printed in this line of code. I am running it for you. Now you can see that 0, 1, 2. So this is the third character, THON, and the exclamation mark will be printed. So here this is the output. Now what if we need to print the last character of the string? So the exclamation mark here is the last character. For that the index is -1. You need to remember that. So here is the code for that. Print string -1. I have to provide the bracket here. And now if I run my program, you will see that the last character, which is an exclamation mark, has been printed. If you want to print the second last character, then you have to change it to -2. Now I will run it again. You will see that N will be printed here. You can see this is the second last character N, and it will be printed here. Now if we want to replicate or multiply a string n number of times, we can do this by the replication operator, which is star or the asterisk. Let's say we want to print the string 3 times, this Python string 3 times. For that, this is the code here. I will just delete the comment, and here you can see string into 3. So when I run this code, this should print Python 3 times. I will run it for you now. You can see that Python has been printed 3 times. And I have already showed you in my earlier videos about string concatenation. Today also I will show you one more example. So I want to concatenate another string programming with Python. So how to do that? The concatenation operator is plus. So let me show you how to do that. This is the code for that. I will just remove the comment. Here you can see this string variable is our Python string. I have used the plus or the concatenation, and then I have used another string which is programming. Now when I run it, it should print Python and programming. I will run it for you now. You can see Python and then programming has been concatenated together. Now if you want a space in between them, then what you can do is after the quotes you can just provide one space. Then if I run it now, you will find that a space has been created in the output. So this is how you can do that. So this is a simple example of a string data type and some operations related to string data types. Now let us move on to lists in Python. Now what are lists actually? Lists are the most versatile of Python's compound data types. A list contains items separated by commas and enclosed within square brackets. To some extent, lists are similar to arrays in C. One of the difference between them is that all the items belonging to a list can be of different data types. I will tell you what this statement means. Let me tell you one more thing. The value stored in a list can be accessed using the slice operator with indexes starting from 0
in the beginning of the list and working their way to the end with -1. And similarly to strings, the plus sign is the list concatenation operator and the asterisk or the star is the repetition operator. Now here you can see I have a list which is assigned to a variable, my list, and here are the items in the list. As I told you, the difference between arrays in C and lists in Python is that lists can have different data types inside it. Here you can see the first one is a string, the second one is an integer, the third one is a floating point number, fourth one is again a string, and the fifth one is again a floating point number. So this is the my list, and this is the my list 1, which is another variable. It has only 2 items, 321, and the second one is a string which is Django. So now I will show you certain operations which are associated with lists. So how to print this list? It is as simple as that. You have to use this code, print my list. And if I run this now, I'm running it for you. You can see that the list has been printed in the console. It has all the items. Then if I want to print individual items from a list, we have to do this by indexing. So if I want to print the first item, it has the index 0. So this is the code for that. I will remove the comment. You can see print my list, and under square brackets you have to use the index which is 0. I will run it now for you. Now you can see that the first item, which is a string character A, has been printed in the console. Now to print slices or to print more than one item of a list, we have to use indexing with colon. So suppose I want to print the second and the third item, then I have to use this code. You can see that the second item will have the index 1 and the third item will have the index 2. But for that we have to use from 1 till 3. That's why this is the code for it. 1:3. Now when I run this, then it should print 169 and 3.14. Let me show you by running it. I will run it for you now. You can see that it is actually a sublist which is a product of the operation that I did here. I printed my list 1:3. That's why I am getting a separate list which has 2 items, which is 169 and 3.14. You can see here. And after that, if you want another list which will have the items from 3 to the last, then what you can do is you can take the index of this item, which is 2, and then after the colon you can leave it blank. So it will print all the items starting from the third item. So this is the code for this. I will just remove it. You can see that print my list 2:, and you have not written anything here. So when I run this, it should print all the items beginning from 3.14 to the last. I will run it for you now. Now you can see this is also a list which has 3 items beginning from 3.14, then Python, then 20.3. Now if we want to print our list 2 times, we can use the replication operator, which is the asterisk or the star symbol. Suppose if I want to replicate this list 2 times, what I can do is I can use the asterisk or the star operator. So this is the code for that. I will just remove the comment, and you can see print my list 1 into 2. So when I run this, it will print this same list 2 times. I'm running it for you. Now you can see that it prints 2 items 2 times. So this is another list which has 4 items, and it replicates these 2 items twice. So we are getting 2 times. Now if we want to concatenate 2 lists, what we can do is we can use the same plus or the concatenation operator. Suppose we want to concatenate my list and my list 1 into a single list, then we can use the print statement and use the concatenation operator. Here is the code for this. I will just run it for you. I will remove this comment, and here you can see mylist plus mylist1. When we run this, we should get a complete different list which will have all this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items. I'm running it for you now. Here you can see this new list has all the 7 values or the 7 items concatenated together. Now, suppose you want to update an item in the list. So suppose if I want to update this 169 item, which is the second item in the list, then this is possible in lists because lists are mutable. That is, the items inside a list can be updated or changed. Now, I will show you this code which will actually update the second item in the list. This is the code. Mylist 2 means the third item actually. So what will happen? 0, 1, 2. The third item is 3.14. It will be changed to 121. Now when I print my list and run my program, you will be able to see that the list will be changed. The third item, which is 3.14, will be changed to 121. Let me run this for you. See here, you can see that the third item has been changed. So these are certain operations related to lists. Now let us move on to the other data type, which is tuples. So what are tuples now? A tuple is another sequence data type that is similar to the list. A tuple consists of a number of values separated by commas. Unlike lists, however, tuples are enclosed within parentheses. The main difference between lists and tuples is lists are enclosed in brackets and their elements and size can be changed, while tuples are enclosed in parentheses and cannot be updated. As I told you, lists are mutable and tuples are not mutable. So, in that way, tuples can be thought of as read-only lists. So, here you can see the example. I have created a tuple which is tuple 1, and as you can see here, it starts with parenthesis and ends with parenthesis. And these are the items inside the tuple. There are 5 items: A, 169, 3.14, Python, and 20.3. I have taken the same examples which I took in my list. Here is the list. These are the same items, but the difference is that list is actually declared inside square brackets and tuples, as you see here, are declared inside parentheses. This is another tuple which is tuple 2, and it has 2 items which are 321 and Django. Now let us see some operations with tuples so that you can get a better idea. Now how to print this tuple 1? It's simple. You have to use the print function and write the name of the tuple inside the brackets. Here is the code for that. You can see print tuple 1. When I run this, you can see the tuple has been printed here. Now, if I want to print the first item, similarly like lists and strings, you can do it by indexing, and the index will be 0. So, this is the code for that. Print tuple 1 0. When I run this now, the A string or the first item has been printed in the console. You can see here. Now, if I want to print from the second character to the third character, then what I can do is I can use the indexing with slices. So this is the code for that. Print tuple 1 1:3. So it prints the second element to the third element, and the last index is not considered. So 0, 1, 2 and 3 means 4 elements, but it will only print the second and the third element. When I run it, you should get this 169 and 3.14 printed on the console. I'm running it for you. Here you can see this is another tuple. It prints only the second and the third element. Now if you want to print from the third element going on to the last, what you can do is you can use indexing, where the first index is given and followed by a colon, and then you have to leave it blank. In that way you can print a desired amount of items. Here is the code for that. You can see print tuple 1 2 colon, then I have left it blank. So here it prints from the third element going on to the last element. I am running it now. You will find that 3.14 Python and 20.3 have been printed on the console, as you can see here. This is another tuple. And if we want to print the same tuple 2 times, suppose I want to print this tuple 2 times, I can use the replication operator, which is star. So here is the code for that. Print tuple 2 into or asterisk 2. So when I run it, it should print the same tuple 2 times. I'm running it for you. You can see this is another tuple which has 4 items, which are 321 Django, 321 Django. So this tuple has been repeated 2 times. Now, if I want to concatenate both my tuples, tuple 1 and tuple 2, what I can do is I can use the plus concatenation operator. So here is how we have done it. I will remove this comment for you. Here you can see print tuple 1 plus tuple 2. What it will do is it will create another tuple and it will have all these items from both these tuples. I'm running it for you now. You can see that this is another tuple which has the items from the first tuple and the items from the second tuple concatenated together to form another new tuple. Now, as I told you earlier, the items in a tuple are immutable. That means they cannot be changed. So when I try to change any item of any tuple here, I will get an error. So let me show you how it is. I will remove this comment. Here what I have done is I am trying to change the third item of my tuple 1 to the value 144. So what it should have done is it should have changed the third item, which is 3.14 to 144. But since tuples are immutable, that means their values cannot be changed. So when I run this program, I should get an error. I am running it for you. You can see that tuple 1 index 2 equal to 144. It has produced this error. The error is type error, because you see tuple object does not support item assignment. That means we cannot assign any items to this tuple. So that's why it's proven that tuples are immutable and the values inside tuples cannot be changed. So this is about the standard data types: strings, lists, and tuples.
So what are dictionaries now? Python's dictionaries are kind of hash table type. They work like associative arrays or hashes found in Perl and consist of key value pairs. A dictionary key can be almost any Python type, but are usually numbers or strings. Values, on the other hand, can be any arbitrary Python object. Dictionaries are enclosed by curly braces and values can be assigned and accessed using the square braces. So let us move on to PyCharm and look how actually dictionaries are. I'm going to my PyCharm. So here you can see that this is an example of a dictionary. The name is dict1 and these are the keys, name, and these are the values. Harry. Name is one key, emp.code or employee code is one key, and department DEPT is another key, and this Harry this number and this accounts are the values. So each key in a dictionary is separated from its value by a colon. As you can see here, this colon separates the key value pair. The items are separated by commas, as you can see here. This is one item, key value pair. This is another item, key value pair, and these two are separated by a comma. Similarly, these two are separated with the help of this comma. And the whole dictionary is written in between curly braces. An empty dictionary without any items is written with just two curly braces, as you can see here. This is another dictionary which is dict 0 and it is empty and it is written by only using curly braces. Keys are unique within a dictionary while values may not be. What I mean to say is the values of a dictionary can be of any type, but the keys must be of an immutable data type such as strings, numbers or tuples. As you can see here, the value here is a string, this is a number which is an integer value, and this is another string. So the keys always in dictionaries must be of an immutable data type such as strings, numbers, or it can also be a tuple. So now let us check certain operations with dictionaries. If I want to assign some key value pairs to this dictionary dict 0, I can do it by this line of code. You can see here what I have done is I have written the name of my dictionary and then I have assigned one key which is 1, and you carefully look at the syntax of how to assign it. I have given square brackets and inside it I have defined this key inside a string. The key is 1 and it will have this value which is first value, and again I have assigned another key which is named 2 and it will have this value which is second value. So this is a key value pair. The key is 1 and the value is first value. This is another key value pair which is 2 and the value is second value. And in this dictionary you have name and Harry as one key value pair, employee code and this certain number as one key value pair, and department and accounts as the third key value pair. Now if I check whether this dictionary has been updated or not, I can do it by this line of code. You can see here, I will just remove this comment for you. You can see what I am trying to do is I am printing the key 1 of this dictionary 0 or dict 0. Now let me run this program for you. I am running it. Now you can see when I am printing the key 1, it actually prints the value associated with it. The value is first value, as you saw here. This is the first value. Now if I want to print this key which is 2, it will give us the output second value. Now for this I have written this code already. I will just remove this, and now if I run my program, you can see that the value associated with the key 2 has been printed, which is second value. Now if I want to print the entire dictionary which was earlier empty but I have two new key value pairs, what I can do is I can print my entire dictionary like this. I will remove this comment and you can see print dict 0. Now if I run my program, you can see that the entire dictionary has been printed. The first key value pair is 1 and first value, and the second key value pair is 2 and second value. Now let me show you some operations in this dictionary 1. So what if I try to print this key? Then it will give me this value which is 3209791. To print this key, I can use this code. You can see here, I will remove this comment for you. Print dict 1, and inside square brackets I have written the key employee code in quotes. Now if I run my program, you can see that the number 3209791 has been printed. So this is how you can do it. Now suppose if I try to print a key which is not present inside the dictionary, we will encounter an error. Let me show you how that is done. Here you can see that I am trying to print a key in dictionary 1 which is section, but as you can see in this dictionary 1 there is no key called section. Now when I try to run this program code, what will happen is I will get an error. The error is, you can see, key error, because this key section is not present in this dictionary 1. So this is how you can find out errors while working with dictionaries. Now let me delete all these lines of code so that I can show you some other operations. Here you can see I have created another dictionary which is dict2, and it has this key value pairs: name Harry, age 8 and class second. Now here, as simple as the earlier cases, I will print these keys for you. The first key is the name and the second key is the class. So when I run my program now, I should get name as Harry, which is the value for it, and class as second, which is the value associated with the class key. I will run it for you now. You can see that name key produces Harry, which is the value, and the class key produces the value second. Now let me show you how to update a key value pair inside a dictionary. So here you can see that I have already written certain codes for you. The first one is, what I am doing is I am trying to change the value associated with the age key to 7. It has age key as the value 8. Now I am trying to update it to 7. After that, what I am trying to do is I am trying to add another key value pair which is school and the name of the school. For this I have this line of code which is dict2, the key or the new key school. I have assigned the value which is a string. It is a name, say MVM school. Now if I try to print the age key and the school key, let me show you what happens. I have already updated this too. Now I will show you by running it. Before that, let me remove this comment. Now you can see that I am trying to print dictionary 2 key age and the dictionary, it should be 2 actually, 2 key school. Now let me run the program and show it to you. You can see that when I tried to print dict2 key age and the dict2 key school, I got the age as 7 and the school name is MVM school. So what it means is I updated a new key value pair which is this school and MVM school, and I updated the value associated with the key age to 7. So now the value has got updated, therefore you are getting 7 here. But if I print the value here, say print dict2 and then age, and now if I run my program, you will see that in this line of code the age will be associated with the value 8. I am running it for you. You can see in this line of code the age is 8, but as soon as it got updated here in this line, then the 7 gets printed here when I was trying to print the key age. So this is how you work with dictionaries. Now that you know how to work with certain operations in dictionaries, let us move on to the built-in dictionary functions and methods, which will give you a proper idea how to actually write programs using dictionaries in Python. Here you can see these are the built-in dictionary methods and functions, which are, I have highlighted it for you. This is len, This is str. Then the third one is keys. The fourth one is values. The fifth one is copy, or you can call it shallow copy. And then you have the update one, and then you have the delete function. You have the clear one, and this type one is actually common to every data type. So I will show you at last. Now let me start with this built-in dictionary functions and methods. Here you can see that I have a dictionary dict2 which has this certain key value pairs: name Harry, age 8 and class 2nd. Now let me show you how to use the len function here. So if I print len of dict2, I should get the total number of key value pairs. In this case it is 3, as you can see here. There are 3 key value pairs. So I am running it for you now. As you can see here, the output is 3. So this is the use of the len function. Then we have the second one, which is str. Now if we print str dict2, it will provide a string representation of the key value pairs inside the dictionary. So now I am running it for you. Here you can see that it provides a string representation of the current dictionary. The third one, if you want to know what all keys are associated with a certain dictionary, you can use the keys method. So I will show you how to use it. I will delete this comment, and you can see here, after writing the name of the dictionary, if you use the dot operator and then if you use the keys method, you can actually print the keys associated with a certain dictionary. Here in this case the dictionary is dict2. So now I have written print dict2.keys and followed by this parenthesis. You have to remember this parenthesis. Now let me run this for you. Here you can see that it displays the keys associated with the dictionary 2, dict_keys, and in the list you can see that name, age and class, the 3 keys here, have been printed on the console. Similarly, if you want to know the values inside a dictionary, then instead of keys you can use the values. So this is how to do it. I will just remove this comment. You can see here dict2.values followed by the parenthesis. Now if I run this again, you will get the values here. You can see dict_values, and the values are Harry, 8 and 2nd. Here Harry, 8 and 2nd. Now let me go on to the next method, which is copy method. So here what I have done is I have created another dictionary dict3 where actually I am copying the contents of dictionary 2 into dict3. So how to do it? We have to do it by using the dot copy method. What it will do is it will produce a shallow copy of the elements inside this dictionary dict2 into the dict3 variable or the dictionary. Then if I print this dict3, you can find that it actually has all the data inside this dictionary. I am running it for you now. Here you can see that when I am printing dict3, I am getting this result, which is actually the exact shallow copy of my dictionary 2. Now let me show you the next method. Before that, let me delete all this so that you don't get confused. Okay, now let me show you the next method, which is the update method. For that, what I have done is I have created another dictionary which is dict4, and it has 2 key value pairs, which is roll number 6 and school NPS. Now I will use the update method. What I have done is I will actually update the key value pairs in dictionary 4 into my dictionary 3, which already has the values in dictionary 2. Now let me show you how to do that. What I have done is, I have written dict3.update. Inside the parenthesis, I have given the dictionary 4. What it will do is, inside the dictionary 3, it will update these two key value pairs. You will understand because here I have printed dictionary 3 which has this key value pairs, and when I print dictionary 3 again, it will have the updated key value pairs from the dictionary 4. Let me show you. For that I have to print my dictionary 3. I am running it for you now so that you can get a better idea. As you can see in the console, this is the output. I will show you what actually happened. When I printed dictionary 3 here, because of this copy method, it copied the contents of dictionary 2 and it created this dictionary 3 which has this key value pairs now. Then what I did was, I created another dictionary dict4 with this two key value pairs, roll number 6 and school and PS. And then when I use the update method, I updated dictionary 3 with the dictionary 4 key value pairs here. Then now when I am printing my dictionary 3, what happened is, with this key value pairs, I got this key value pairs added together. So this is how the dictionary 3 got updated. Here you can see this was the earlier dictionary 3, and finally this is the updated dictionary 3 which got this key value pairs from the dictionary 4. So this is about the update method. Now let me go on to the delete method. With the delete method, you can delete any keys from a dictionary. Let me show you how. Suppose I want to delete this name key from my dictionary 2. What I can do is, I can use the delete keyword and call my dictionary 2 and give the name of the key. So with this line of code, I can delete the name key from my dictionary 2. Now when I print my dictionary 2 and try to access my name key, I will show you what actually happens. I am running it for you now. Here you can see that it says key error name because I deleted the name key from my dictionary 2. Now I will just comment this part out and I will show you. If I print my dictionary 2 now, then it will not have this name key. I am running it for you now. Now you can see that the dictionary 2 does not have the name key, it only has the is key and the class key. So this is a use of the delete method. And again, you can also delete a complete dictionary with the help of the delete method. I will show you how to do it. You can see here, this del dict2 will delete the complete dictionary. First of all, let me delete this lines of code. Here you can see this delete dict2 will actually delete the complete dictionary which is available here. Now after this line of code, if I try to print my dictionary 2, I will encounter an error. Let me show you what happens. After deleting my dictionary 2, I am trying to print my dictionary 2 here. I will run it for you now. You can see that here I deleted my dictionary 2, then I was trying to print my dictionary 2. Here it says line 16 in module. This is the line 16, you can see. Line 16 has print dictionary 2. This line has an error. What is the error? The error is name error, and it says name dict2 is not defined. What it means is, actually I deleted the dictionary, therefore in the memory the dictionary 2 is not available. So this is how you can delete a dictionary. I will delete these two lines of code for you now, and I will next move on to the clear method. What the clear method does is, it actually clears all the key value pairs inside a dictionary. So when I use the clear method, I will show you what will actually happen. Here you can see this is the line of code for that. dict2.clear method actually deletes all the key value pairs inside this dictionary 2. Now if all the key value pairs inside a dictionary are cleared, then what will be left behind inside the dictionary? The dictionary will actually now be an empty dictionary. Now let me print my dictionary 2 after this and show you how it will look like. I am deleting this comment, and here you can see, here I use the clear method and then I am trying to print my dictionary 2. Now let me run the program for you. Here you can see, after clearing my dictionary 2, when I am trying to print my dictionary 2, it actually gives me an empty dictionary. So this is the use of the clear method. And finally, if you want to know the type as it is with many other data types, with the help of type function, you can also check it for dictionaries. I will take any dictionary here, say dict3, and then when I print type of dictionary 3, and if I run my program now, you will find that it belongs to the class dictionary, as you can see in the console here. So this is about dictionaries and some built-in dictionary functions and methods in Python. Functions in Python. So what are functions in Python? A function is a block of organized reusable code that is used to perform a single related action. As you already know, Python gives you many built-in functions like print function, etc. But you can also create your own functions. These functions are called user-defined functions. A function is actually a block of code which only runs when it is called. So you can pass data known as parameters into a function. A function can also return data as a result. Now let us check certain rules for defining a function in Python. You can see here are the rules for defining a function in Python. The first rule is that function blocks begin with the keyword def. This is the built-in keyword def, followed by the function name and the parenthesis. Any parameters or arguments should be placed within this parenthesis. You can also define parameters inside this parenthesis. The first statement of a function can be an optional statement, which is known as the doc string or the documentation string of the function. The next rule is that the code block with every function starts with a colon and it is always indented. Indentation is the most important thing which you have to remember. Then the last and the final rule is that the statement return expression exits a function and optionally it passes back an expression to the caller. A return statement with no arguments is same as returning a none value. So these are certain rules which we need to follow while defining a function in Python. Now, as we know the rules, let us move on to PyCharm so that we can deal with some examples to know more about functions. So let us move on to PyCharm. Here I have created a Python file named functions. So let us start defining simple functions. I will write def, which is the keyword. Then I will write the function name. Let me take some name, which is greeting. Then after writing the function name, you should remember that you have to give parenthesis followed by a colon. Inside the parenthesis, I am not defining any parameters. This function has no parameters. So I will press enter, and then this is a simple example of a function. So I will just keep it simple. I will print hello world, and let me take one more print function and let me write have a great day followed by an exclamation mark. This is how we can define a simple function. Here this is the def keyword followed by the name of the function, greeting, and then I have used the parenthesis, and this function takes no parameters, so I have left the parenthesis blank, and then you see here this is the colon. After that you can already see that when I pressed enter it is indented. Then I have used two print statements where I have printed once hello world, and in the second line I have used have a great day. Now if I run this program code, what I should get is I should get hello world and have a great day. So let me run it. I'm running it for you, but you can see that we have the output, but there is nothing like hello world or have a great day in the output. Why is that so? Because we have defined a function, but a function is only executed when we call it. So we need to call this function. So let me show you how to call it. Here I will write greeting. So this is how you can call the function. Now if I run the program, you will find the difference. You can see that the two print statements have been executed, and there in the output in the console we can see the two statements, hello world and have a great day. So this is a simple example of a function. This is called a user defined function because we can define it and use it the way we want it. So let me go into some other user defined functions which can do different tasks for us. Now whenever you get a project, you might have certain tasks which have to be repeated over and over again. In that case, what you can do is you can save everything inside a function which will perform the task whenever you call it. So suppose I am telling you, you want to add certain numbers. Instead of repeating the lines of code again and again, you can store all the program code in a single function, and whenever you want it, you can call the function and generate the result. Let me show you how you can do it. I will define, say, addition, which is my function name. Then here I have to take two parameters. You can take as many parameters as you want, but for the time being, let me show you by taking two parameters and adding them. I will take A and B, and then followed by my colon. I will press enter. Then here I will take another variable, say total is equal to A plus B. Now I will use the print function and then I will print total. So this is how I am defining my function, which is addition, which takes two parameters A and B, and then I am calculating the total A and B and storing it in my variable total. Then I am printing my variable total. Now I have to call this function so that I can get the output. So here what I will do is I will call my function and I will have to now pass parameters. Let's say I take 6, 4, and now when I run my program, you can see that I am getting the result 10, which is actually the value of 6 and 4, which is 6 plus 4. Here you can notice that I am printing the total, so in the console I am getting the result as 10. Now I will show you another way how you can do it. You can do this by also using the return statement. Let me show you how to do it. I will use return and then I will use total. Now when I run this program, you will see the difference. Here I have called the function addition and then I have assigned the parameters 6 and 4. Let me run it so that you can understand. Now you can check here that we returned total, and even though we called our function, we are not getting any output here. We only got the output for our earlier function which is greeting. Why is it so? It is so because we have to now store the return value into a variable, otherwise we will not be getting any result. Because what now this function does is it actually calculates the sum of two numbers and it actually returns the result. It doesn't care what we are doing with the result. So what we have to do is we have to actually store it into a variable, then only we can print it. Let me show you how to do it. Here you can see that I will take a variable add, then I will use the equal sign, and now I will call my function addition. Then if I print my add variable, and now if I run my program, you can see that now I am getting this 10 as the output in the console. So now I hope you have got the difference between normal print statement and the return statement in a function. With the return statement, actually what is done is this function calculates the addition of two numbers and returns the total. It is up to us now what we need to do with this return value. So therefore what I did was I took a variable add and then I put the value of the addition of 6 and 4 into it. Then when I print the add variable, I am getting the return value from this function and it is being printed in the console here, which is 10. Now we can also make a function do different number of tasks. It is not mandatory that your function will perform only a certain task. Let me show you what I am trying to tell you. In this function, we are returning the addition of two numbers. We can also return the subtraction and the multiplication of two numbers. So let me show you how to do it. Here, what I will do is, I will take another variable product is equal to A into B. And then as I am returning my sum, I will return the product. So after total, I will give a comma and return product. So now this function will return addition as well as multiplication of two numbers. For that, what I have to do is I have to store this two in two variables. So here you can see the addition will be stored in the add variable. For the product, I have to take another variable. Let me take say MUL for multiplication. Then if I print my add variable and my mul variable, and now if I run my program, you can see that 6 and 4, the addition 10 has been returned and 6 into 4, which is 24, has also been returned, which is done by the print statement which has the add and the mul variables. Now I can also return the subtraction, but before that let me show you what I have done wrong in this. The function here is returning sum and the product, but I have written the name of this function as addition, so it's a little confusing, right? For that, what I need to do is I have to write product as well, so that it actually doesn't confuse the user and he or she understands what actually this function is doing. And so here you can see this has been highlighted by red, so it means that I have to change the name of this function call also. So here I will change it to product. So now it is all okay, and if I run it now again, you can see it produces the same result. Now let me also provide the subtraction. For that, I will change it here and I will write subtraction, and here I will return the subtraction as well. Difference is equal to A minus B. Now I have to return this difference variable as well. Now I have to change this because you can see it's giving an error. So I will change it to addition, product, subtraction. Now here are two variables, but in my return statement I am getting three return values. So here I will change it to sub, or you can change it to diff. So now it will return 3 values. Let me give the diff variable also. So now if I run it, you can see that it's also returning the difference, 6 minus 4, which is 2. Now in this example, I have showed you how a function can be used to return more than one value. Here I am returning 3 values: total, product and difference. That is the sum, the product and the difference. Now what I want to suggest you is that in order to not get confused, you should always define a function and make it do a certain particular task, so that in the flow of the program code you remember what actually one individual function is doing. So I just wanted to show you that you can manipulate the function definition and do more than one tasks, but in order to not make things complicated, you can initially make a function do a definite task. Now in this I have to show you one more thing which I told you in the rules for defining a function. There is one more thing which is the docstring. The docstring is actually provided in the start, which is given by quotes. Here you can see in between the quotes I will write this greets the user, or I can change it to this function greets the user. This will not be executed. This is actually called a documentation string or docstring, which tells anyone what actually this function is doing. In the same way, we can provide a docstring here as well, saying this function returns the sum, product, difference of two numbers. So what is the benefit of using docstrings is that docstrings will help any other person other than you to follow whatever you have done in this functions. So this is a basic tutorial video regarding the use of functions in Python and how to define a function and how to do certain tasks with the help of functions in Python. Now that you know about defining a function and doing certain operations using functions, let us move on to the next topic, which is local and global scopes. So what are local and global scopes? As you can see here, parameters and variables that are assigned in a called function are said to exist in that function's local scope. Variables that are assigned outside all functions are said to exist in the global scope. So now, what are local and global variables? That is the question. A variable that exists in a local scope is called a local variable, while a variable that exists in the global scope is called a global variable. Therefore, a variable must be one or the other. It can be a local variable or a global variable. It cannot be both local and global. Now, we understood about the definition of local and global variables. But the main question is, why do we need scopes, or why actually are scopes in functions important? Let me tell you the reason behind that. Suppose you have written a program code which may be 1000 lines long and you don't have any local or global scopes, and while writing the program you have encountered a bug, then it will be very hectic and tedious for you to go inside the 1000 lines of your code and find where the program code went wrong. But if you had global and local scopes and there was a bug in any one of the functions you used, that bug will be actually inside that function's local scope. So in that way it will be very easy for you to find the bug and fix it. Had it been that there were no global and local scopes, it would be very difficult for you to find out the bug. That is why scopes are required. Now let me go on to the need of scopes. Why actually we need scopes? Here you can see that these are actually the needs of scopes. A code in a global scope cannot use any local variables. What it means is all the local variables will be actually inside a function's local scope. These local variables cannot be used by the code in the global scope. But in the second point, you can see that a local scope can access global variables. Suppose we have assigned a global variable, then all the functions in that program can use that local variable and access its data in the particular function's local scope. Now let us move on to the third point, which is code in a function's local scope cannot use variables in any other local scope. Suppose for a simple example, let me say you have two functions in a program, then the variables in one function's local scope cannot access the variables in the other function's local scope. This is the meaning of this third sentence. Let us move on to the fourth one. Here you can see we can use the same name for different variables if they are in different scopes. That means if we have two functions, then we can use the same name for local variables in two different functions. The main thing that we have to keep in mind is that both the variables should be defined in two functions, different local scopes. Now let us move on to PyCharm so that I can show you a program where you will understand more about local and global variables. Here you can see that I have defined a function 1. So in this, the space or the scope you see here, this is called the local scope of function 1. Here what I have done is I have taken a variable x is equal to 10. So this x equal to 10 is totally a local variable for this function 1. Now after this I have printed the value of x is, and then I have called my x variable. Again after that I have defined another function 2, and here also I have taken another local variable which is x equal to 20. Now these two variables belong to different local scopes of two different functions. Therefore it doesn't matter if the names of these two variables are same. So here also what I have done is I have printed the value of x, and you can see what I have done. I have called the function 1 inside this local scope of function 2. Then finally here I have made a function call for my function 2. Now you can see what will actually happen. I am running it for you. You can see when I called my function 2 here, it will actually print the value of x. This x is the local variable x equal to 20 inside the scope of the function 2, and therefore we are getting the value of x is 20. This 20 is the local variable in the local scope of function 2, and after that here inside the local scope of function 2 I have called function 1. Now the control will be given to the function 1, and here you can see the value of x is 10. So this is a local variable for the function 1. Then again here this print function will be executed, and therefore we are getting this 10 as the value in the second line. You can see here the value of x is 10. Now I want to show you what will happen if I don't declare this x equal to 10 here. I will just comment this part out, and now you can see that here because this x is not defined, I have commented it out, therefore we are getting a red color highlighted. That means there is an error. I will run this program for you, and you can see here what happens. I am running it. You can see here in the first function call, that is function 2, I am getting this output. The value of x is x, which is 20. You can see here the value of x is 20, and after that you can see that just because I commented this x equal to 10 local variable, this line, which is the line 6, is giving a error. You can see the error, name x is not defined, and it is a name error. So now I guess you can understand the use of local variables. So here you can see this x equal to 10 was the local variable for function 1 and this x equal to 20 is the local variable for function 2. Therefore, in the first function call, it was printing this statement, and after that, when we gave the control to the function 1, then just because I have commented it out, it couldn't print the variable x, and that's why we got this error, as you can see here, the name error. So this says that a local variable in one function scope cannot be used by another function. So if I now again remove this comment and if I run it again, then you will see that it is giving the proper output. So for the first case, it is printing the value of x is 20 for this function 2 call, and for this function 1 call, inside this function 2, I am getting this local variable x equal to 10, and I am getting the result, the value of x is 10, as you can see here. Now this was about local variables. Now let me show you how to use a global variable. Now I will remove this x equal to 20 and x equal to 10 as well. What I will do is I will take a global variable x equal to say 10. Now here if I again run this program, you can see what is the difference now. I will run it for you, and you can see that in this case I am using the print statement, and this is printing the global variable x equal to 10. So in both the cases I am getting the value of x is 10 and the value of x is 10. So when I first called my function 2, it printed the global variable 10, and then when I gave the control to my function 1, here also I have used the print function, therefore I am getting the value of x is again 10. Now if I want to modify the global variable, I can do it like this. I will show you how. I can say x equal to 20, and now if I run my program, you can see the changes. I am running it now. Now you can see for the first function call, that is function 2, I am getting this, the value of x is x. This x refers to this local variable which is x equal to 20. Therefore I am getting the value of x is 20, and then I gave the function call to my function 1, and here as you can see I have no assigned variable x, therefore this x will refer to the global variable x equal to 10, and therefore here in this print statement I am getting the value of x is 10. So this is actually about the local and global variables. Now that you have a better idea about local and global scopes and local and global variables, let us move on to the next topic, which is parameters and arguments that we provide to a function. Now, what are parameters or arguments? The terms parameter and argument can be used for the same thing, which is information that are passed into a function. From a function's perspective, a parameter is the variable listed inside the parenthesis in the function definition. So now let us move on to the first topic in parameters or arguments, which is number of arguments. I will move on to PyCharm so that I can directly show you an example. Here you can see I have already written a program for you. So actually an argument is the value that is sent to the function when it is called. You can see here there are two arguments that have been sent to this function 1, and when we call the function we have to provide this two arguments. Here you can see the first name and the last name are the two arguments or parameters, and we have passed the first name and the last name while calling the function. So by default a function must be called with the correct number of arguments, meaning that if your function expects two arguments, as you can see here, you have to call the function with two arguments, not more and not less. You have to give the exact two arguments, otherwise it will return errors. So here you can see my function name is function1 and it has two arguments, first name and last name, and what I am doing is I am printing first name and last name. Then while calling my function1, I am using the arguments first name and last name. Now when I run this program, you can see it's printing the first name and last name, and I have given deliberately a space in between so that I get a space in between my first name and last name. Therefore I am getting this name Guido van Rossum with space. So this is about the number of arguments. Now let us move on to the next topic, which is arbitrary arguments, or which can also be called star args in Python. It is the short form of arbitrary arguments. It is also called star args or asterisk args. So where do we use arbitrary arguments? Suppose if you do not know how many arguments will be passed into your function, you can add a star before the parameter name in the function definition. This way the function will receive a tuple of arguments and can access the items accordingly. Let me show you how to use the arbitrary arguments in PyCharm. Here I will just delete this for you, and I have already written it. I will just highlight it for you now. You can see here I have already written it. I will remove this quotes, and now you can see, suppose if you do not know how many arguments you are going to pass to your function, then you can just in front of the arguments you can give this star args, and then what will happen is the function will receive a tuple of arguments. You can see here it will receive a tuple of arguments and can access the items accordingly. So what I have done is I am trying to print the name of the youngest child here in this function 2, and what I have done is, you can see I have taken the args parameter, and then with the help of this indexing I have used the last index, which is the third one, because it starts from 0 and it will go until 0, 1, 2. So 2 means the last one, because I have passed 3 parameters here. So now when I run my program, it will automatically say the youngest child is Charlie. Now I am running it for you so that you can see the output. As you can see here, it says the youngest child is Charlie. So this is the use of arbitrary arguments. Now let us move on to the next topic, which is keyword arguments. In keyword arguments, you can also send arguments with the key equal to value syntax. When you use this key equal to value syntax, this way the order of the arguments does not matter. Let me show you what I mean with the help of PyCharm. Here I will delete this program and I will show you the keyword arguments one. You can see I have already written it. I will remove this quotes, and here you can see that I have taken a function 3, and here I am passing 3 arguments, child 3, child 2 and child 1, but I am only printing the youngest child. How I am doing it is, I am telling the youngest child is child 3. So when we use this key equal to value syntax, then actually we will be assigning each argument with the value. So it doesn't matter what order we are giving this arguments. Here you can see child 1 is Tom, child 2 is Jerry and child 3 is Charlie. But here you can see I have not given any serial order. First I have written child 3, then child 2 and child 1. So this is the benefit of using this key equal to value syntax. What it does is, this will not check any order, it will just take the value stored in the argument, then it will execute the program. Now I am running it for you and you can see what actually happens. You can see that even though I have given it in unordered fashion, I am getting the last child, that is child 3, as the youngest child, because here I have used the key equal to value syntax, where child 3 is equal to Charlie. Therefore when I call this child 3, it will automatically take this Charlie value. As you can see here, the youngest child is Charlie. Now after this, let us move on to the next one, which is, as you can see here, arbitrary keyword arguments. And in Python in short form it is also called $KWARGS. So what are arbitrary keyword arguments and how do we know when to use it? Suppose if you do not know how many keyword arguments will be passed into your function, then what we can do is we can add 2 asterisks or 2 star marks before the parameter name in the function definition. In this way, the function will receive a dictionary of arguments and can access the items accordingly. Let us move on to PyCharm and look at the example to know more about arbitrary keyword arguments. Here, let me delete this for you so that I can show you the arbitrary keyword arguments. Here you can see I have written the code out for you. I will just remove this quotes, and now you can see, as I told you, if sometimes we do not know how many arguments are going to be passed into a function call, then we can use this arbitrary keyword arguments, or which is actually 2 asterisk symbols followed by the argument. Then the function will receive a dictionary of arguments and it can automatically access the items accordingly. So here when I run this program, you can see it will automatically take the last name argument and it will print Van Rossum. So when I run it, you can see that the output is his name is Van Rossum. So this is the use of arbitrary keyword arguments. Let's see the next topic, which is default parameter value. The next example that I am going to show you will tell you how to use default parameter value. So if we call a function without any arguments, it will use the default value. Let me show you with the help of an example in PyCharm. Here you can see that I have written a code for you. I will just remove this quotes and you can see I have defined a function 5 where this is actually the default parameter value, which is fruit equal to apple. This is called the default parameter value. Then after that I am using the print function inside the function's local scope and I am printing I like, then I am concatenating with this fruit argument. Now when I call the function with defined parameters, then it will give the defined output. Otherwise, if I call the function without giving any parameters, it will print the default value. Let me show what I actually mean. In this case, you can see I have called the function 5 with the parameter orange. So here it should print I like orange. Similarly, in this case, it will print I like mango. And in this case it will print I like banana. But in this case, when I call the function 5, you can see that I have not provided any parameters. So here what should happen is it should actually print the default value, which is fruit equal to apple. That is, it will print I like apple. Let me show you when I run it what happens. I am running it for you now. Now you can see for the first function call it prints I like orange. For the second function call it prints I like mango. For the third one, as I told you, I have not passed any parameters here, therefore it is executing the code with the default parameter, that is fruit equal to apple. Therefore I am getting I like apple. And in the last one I use the parameter banana, therefore I am getting I like banana. So this is about the use of default parameter value in functions. Now let us move on to the next topic, which is passing a list as an argument. You can send any data types of argument to a function. It can be a string, a number, a list, a dictionary, etc. And it will be treated as the same data type inside the function's local scope. For example, if you send a list as an argument, it will still be a list when it reaches the function. Let me show you what I actually mean with the help of an example. I am going to my PyCharm and here I will delete the earlier example and I will show you this example. I have already written it out for you. You can see here I have defined a function function 6 and then I'm giving the parameter as data. Then inside the function's local scope I have used a for loop and created the loop variable x, which will iterate over this data and it will keep on printing the individual items in this data. So right now here I have also created a variable sports, which is actually a list. Then when my x variable will iterate over this data will represent the sports, and then I will be getting football, cricket and then golf. So here you can see I have called my function 6 and then I have used this variable sports as my parameter here. As this sports variable is actually a list, so the parameter sports here will actually also be a list, which will then go inside this function call, and then it will keep printing the items in this list one by one. Let me run this program and show it to you what actually happens. I'm running it for you now. You can see this loop variable iterates over this data, which now represents this sports list, and it prints the items one by one, that is football, cricket and golf. You can see here football, cricket and golf. So this is how you can pass a list as an argument to a function. Now let us move on to the last topic in this video, which is the pass statement. So as we know now that function definitions cannot be empty, but if you for some reason have a function definition with no content, you can put in the pass statement to avoid getting an error. So let me show you how it is done. I will go to my PyCharm now, and here I will delete this earlier example and I will show you the pass statement here. So this is the example. Here I will remove this quotes, and then you can see this function actually does nothing. I am just defining a function 7 and then there is no program code inside the scope of this function. Therefore, if I don't use this pass statement, suppose, and if I run my program, you can see there are errors. The error is indentation error, expected and indented block. So to avoid these errors, what you can do is you can use the pass statement. So when you use the pass statement, then if you run your program, you can see there are no errors here. And this thing is applicable when you have certain functions where you are actually keeping those function definitions empty. Then you can use the pass statement. Exception handling in Python. So what is exception handling in Python? Suppose you were getting an error or exception in your Python program. What does it mean? It means that the entire program will crash. But we don't want that to happen, right? We don't want our program to crash because of an error in real world programs. So instead of that, what we can do is we want the program actually to detect the errors, handle them, and then continue to run accordingly. So that's where exception handlings come into picture. So with the help of exception handling and the try except block, you can detect the errors, and without the program being crashed, you can run the programs. And instead of the errors, you can print certain information to the user telling them what actually went wrong with the program. So let us move on to PyCharm so that I can show you an example to tell you better about exception handling. Here, let me show you an example. I will define a function named division, and I will give it a parameter, say divide by, and then after the colon I will press enter, and here I will return any number, say 42, divided by my parameter, which is divide by. Now here I have to call this function, which is division, so that I get outputs. So let me use the print function, and then here I can give parameters. The first parameter that I give here is, suppose, a number 2. For that I have to call my division function. I will write the division function here, and in the parenthesis inside you can see I will give the argument, which is say 2. Now if I run my program, you can see that the answer will be printed. Here you can see when I divide the number 42 by 2, I am getting the answer as 21.0. Now I want to call my function 2 more times. Say I will use the same print function, and then I will call my function division, and here I will give a parameter, say 14. And when I run it again, I will get 2 outputs. The first one, which is 21.0, the second one is 3.0. But now let us check with an error. I will print, say, my division function. Then here if I give 0, we all know that when we divide a number by 0, it is invalid. So 42 cannot be divided by 0. So we should get an error here. Let me run my program so that I can show it to you. I'm running it. Here you can see that in line 2, this line, when the divide by parameter is taking the value 0 and dividing 42 by it, then we are getting this 0 division error, and it is telling division by 0 is not possible. Now let me show you one more thing. Here I will again give some string character, say maybe n, and here you can see as soon as I typed n, it is giving me a red color mark, and let me give it inside quotes. Now you can see this is inside quotes. So now if I run my program, it says type error. So type error means actually it was expecting an integer or a float value so that it could divide the number 42. But I gave a string value, therefore it couldn't divide the number. Therefore we are getting this type error which says unsupported operand types for int and str. Means the number 42 is an integer and the parameter n, which is a string provided by me, could not divide it. That's why I got the type error. And suppose if I give simply any name, say n, then here also you can again see that as I earlier got a red mark, I am also getting a red mark now. Now if I run my program, you can see that it gives me a name error because the name n is not defined in my program code. You can see here name n is not defined because anywhere in my program I have not defined the parameter or the variable or the argument n. Now because of this our program is crashing. So we don't want that to happen, right? For that what we can do is we can use the try and except block, which is a feature of exception handling in Python. Let me show you how to do it. Now I will use the try block here, and inside the try block I have to indent all this, and finally after this I have to use the except block, and in the except block I can provide all the errors that I encountered. What was the first error that I encountered? Can you remember? The first error that I encountered was 0 division error. So if my program encounters this 0 division error once again, I want to update the user by saying that error division by 0 not possible. And can you remember the second error that we encountered? The second error was type error. Then again we can use another except block, and here I can write type error, and when my program encounters the type error I can print invalid input type. And finally, I got one more error, which was the name error. And when my program encounters the name error, then I want to print parameter is not defined. Now let me change this n and provide here say 3, and let me run my program once again now. So in the first case, when it was divided by 2, it gave me the answer 21.0. In the second case, it provided the answer 3.0 when we were dividing by 14. In the third case, we are using 3 and we got the answer 14.0. Now let me change this. I will divide it by say 0 here. Then I will divide by a string here, say n. And here I will provide a undefined parameter n. And now if I run my program again, you can see that for the first case, it is printing parameter is not defined, which is the output here. Then if I delete this line of code and also this line of code, and now if I run my program again, you can see that it encountered the 0 division error, and therefore we are getting this error message, which is division by 0 is not possible. Now let me show you the third one as well. I will remove this for you, and if I run it now, you can see here the output is invalid input type, because we are dividing an integer value by a string value. That's why it is not supporting. That's why we are printing this message, which is invalid input type. So this is a basic example of how you can use exception handling in Python by using the try and except blocks. So what is the anonymous function or the lambda function? With the help of the anonymous or the lambda function, you can create small anonymous functions. These functions are called anonymous because they are not declared in the standard manner by using the def keyword. So let us look certain rules regarding the use of the anonymous function or the lambda function. You can see here are the rules for the anonymous function or the lambda function. The first rule is that lambda forms can take any number of arguments, but it will only return just one value in the form of an expression. It means that we can provide any number of arguments to the lambda function, but it will only return us one value in the form of an expression. The second one is that the lambda functions cannot contain commands or multiple expressions. You can only provide one single expression. The third rule is that an anonymous function cannot be a direct call to print because lambda requires an expression. So without an expression, you cannot give a direct call to an anonymous function. The fourth rule is that lambda functions have their own local namespace and cannot access variables other than those in their parameter list and those in the global namespace. So what this means is lambda functions will only access the parameters in their list. They cannot access any other variables from other functions. Now let us move on to the syntax of the lambda function. Here you can see this is the syntax of the lambda function. You have to write the keyword lambda, then you can give the arguments. It can take n number of arguments, and then after the colon you have to give the expression. These square brackets are not mandatory. You can remove them or provide them as you wish. So this is a basic syntax of the lambda expression. Now let us move on to PyCharm so that I can show you the use of the lambda function. So here let me give you an example where I can show you how to add three numbers with the help of the lambda function. So I will write the name addition is equal to, then I will take the lambda keyword, and here I will give the arguments. Let me take 3 arguments, which are x, y, z. Then after that you have to give the colon followed by the expression. So my expression here should be x plus y plus z. So with this, the lambda function is finished. Now in order to call this function, you have to use the print statement, and after that, inside the print statement parenthesis, you have to give the name of the lambda function, which is addition. After that, you have to give the parameters. Let me simply give 1, 2 and 3, and let me elaborate it by using a string sentence. I will give quotes and I will write the sum is colon followed by a space, and then I will call my function. So this way the print statement will look better. Now I will run my program. I'm running it now. Now you can see the sum is 6. So here in this lambda function, we have 3 parameters or 3 arguments, which are x, y and z. And after the colon, you can see here that this is the expression x plus y plus z. So this is calculating the result and returning one value, which is 6. This is the value 6, because I have given the parameters or the arguments 1, 2 and 3. So when we add these 3 together, we get the answer 6. So this is the simple use of the anonymous or the lambda function.
The object-oriented programming concepts in Python. You might have already learned about the object-oriented programming concepts in programming languages like C++ and Java. So today let us look into the object-oriented programming concepts that are available in Python. In the beginning, I will show you a pictorial diagram which will show you the basic idea of object-oriented programming in Python, and it will help you to remember the terms and conventions like classes, objects, instances and properties in a very beautiful way. So let's start. Here you can see that this is a pictorial diagram of the object-oriented programming concepts in Python. And you can see on top we have the class. So what is a class now? A class is a main entity which has many instances or objects that can be assigned to it, or that can be instantiated and created inside it. So on top you can see here is the class, and the name of this class is apartments, and this apartments class will have many objects or instances. In this case, I have taken 3 examples of objects or instances, which are Salarpuria, Brigade and Prestige. So what are these 3? Salarpuria, Brigade and Prestige. These 3 are the types of apartments. It can be many more, but I have just taken 3 examples to keep it simple and short. And here on top of this you can see this is a class variable. I have taken a class variable named flat size in square feet. There can be many class variables. What is the use of this class variable? This class variable can be accessed by all the objects or instances inside this class. Now the process of creating an instance or an object is known as instantiation. So whenever we create an object or an instance inside a class, the process is known as instantiation. And after creating the objects, as you can see here, I have created 3 objects. Then we have to assign certain attributes or properties which will be common to all the objects inside a class. These attributes or properties will be present in all the 3 objects that you can see here. Salarpuria, Brigade and Prestige will have all these properties. The properties that I have taken here are the name of the apartment and the price of the apartment. So whenever we create the objects or the instances, then we can assign these properties to all the objects that will be inside this class, which is apartments. Now let us move on to PyCharm so that you can see a real world example where I will show you a program how to create classes and instantiate objects and assign attributes to them. So okay, let us go on to PyCharm. Here you can see that I have already created a Python file named Object Oriented Programming, and now I will show you how to create a class. To create a class, you have to use the built-in keyword class followed by the name of the class, and there is a convention for writing the name of the class. It should be beginning with a capital letter. So I will write the name of my class, which is apartment, followed by a colon. Now inside the class you can provide a doc string, and the use of this doc string or the documentation string will be to define what actually this apartment class will be doing. Now here I will write the doc string. This class defines a variable apartment. Now you have already learnt about functions. Functions are certain blocks of code which perform a specific task. Whenever we use a function inside a class, it is actually called a method. So please remember this. When we define functions inside a class, those will be referred to as methods. Now let me create the first method inside this class. The first method inside the class is a magic method which I am going to use. It is also called the dunder method or the double underscore method. So to create this, I will use the def keyword, and then I will use underscore underscore. As you can see here, when I typed underscore underscore, it is suggesting me this init one. I will press enter, and you can see it takes a default argument which is self. So this init method helps us to assign attributes to this class apartment. So as I showed you in the pictorial representation, let me take the attributes. The first attribute was name, and the second was the square feet price. So now you will be thinking what actually this self argument is. So let me tell you about this. Whenever we create an object or an instant of a class, then this self argument will refer to that object and it will assign the attributes. In this case, it will be name and square feet price to that object. And I will tell you the convention that we are gonna use. To assign the attributes, we have to use the self keyword followed by self.name is equal to name. And for the second one, self.sft price is equal to sft price. So now what is this? Whenever we create any object of this apartment class, what will happen is it will have these two attributes. The first one is self.name equal to name, and the second one is self.square feet price equal to square feet price. Now when we create the object, this self will refer to that object and it will assign the name attribute to that object, and it will assign the square feet price attribute to that object. I will show you how this works when I instantiate objects. Let me now create another method which is getName, so that I can print the name of my object or my apartment, whichever I create. As you can see here, it also takes this default argument self. Now I will use the print function, and then I will print apartment name comma self.name. So what will happen is, whenever I create an object and then I invoke this getName method, it will print this string apartment name followed by the name of that apartment or that object. So this self.name will go into this init method and it will fetch the name of the apartment or the object that we have created. You will understand more about it when we actually instantiate or create objects. So let me take another method which is getPrice, and by default it takes the default argument self. Now for this method to work, I have to take certain class variables. As I told you, the variables created inside the scope of a class will be called class variables. I showed you in my pictorial diagram, I had a class variable. The name of the class variable was flat size in square feet. And let me take the value to be 1500. And I will take another variable which is cost, and I will assign it the value 0. Now here in this get price method, first I will print the square feet price. I will write the square feet price is self dot square feet price, and then I will update the cost class variable here. So now as this is a class variable, I will show you how you can access the class variable. To access this class variable, what you have to do is you have to write the name of the class. You can see the name of the class is apartment. So I will take the name of the class, then you have to use the dot operator, and as you can see, as I typed dot, I am getting all these suggestions. So this is the class variable cost. I am taking it, and then I will write this flat size in square feet class variable into my square feet price. So how to do it? Again, to access the class variable, I have to take the name of the class, which is apartment. Then I have to use the dot operator. As you can see, I am getting this flat size in square feet class variable. So what I want to do is I want to calculate the cost. The cost will be this class variable flat size in square feet, which is 1500, into the square feet price. So I have to use the asterisk or the star followed by the square feet price. So to call it, I have to use self dot square feet price. Now let me also print the cost. The apartment cost is, then I will call my apartment cost variable by using the dot operator. Now I have created this class apartment, which has the class variables flat size in square feet and the cost, and it has the following values 1500 and 0. Then I use the init method, which is a magic method, and this init method is also known as the constructor, and it actually helps in assigning attributes to the instances or objects inside a class. Then I use the other method, which is getName, and it will actually print the name of the object or the apartment that we will create. Then I used another method or created another method where we are getting the price of the apartment. How we are doing it? We are multiplying the class variable flat size in square feet by the attribute square feet price. As you can see here, apartment dot flat size in square feet into self dot square feet price. So now let me show you how to create instances or objects of this class. Let me create the first instance. Say it is A1. To create an instance of a class, you have to write the name of the class. In this case, the name will be apartment, and then you have to give brackets. And as soon as I gave bracket, you can see it's asking me the name and the square feet price, which are the attributes. So here let me give the first name, which is brigade. Then I have to provide the square feet price also. Let it be 5000. Now I want to invoke this getName function inside the class. How can I do it? To do it, I have to use the name of the object, and as because we have created this object or instance which belongs to this class apartment, what we can do is we can invoke this getName method by using a1 dot. As soon as I press dot, you can see I am getting all the suggestions, out of which I will use the getName method. So you can see by using the dot operator, we are getting this getName method, which is actually belonging to the class apartment. And let me invoke the other method also, which was get price. So I have to write the name of the object, then followed by the dot, then it is giving me the suggestion, as you can see, get price. And now if I run my program, you will find that when I invoke this getName method, I should get the name of the apartment, which is Brigade here. And here, when I invoke the getPrice method, I should be getting 5000 multiplied by the flat size in square feet, which is 1500. Now let me run it for you. I'm running it. So this is the output. You can see here, when I call my a1.getName method, I am getting this getName, which says apartment name and self.name. So self.name is the first argument self, which will now call this object or refer to this object, and it will invoke this name, which is Brigade, and therefore we are getting the name Brigade here. And then when I called a1.getPrice, here you can see I took the apartment class variable, which is cost, then I updated it by saying apartment.flat size in square feet multiplied by this self.square feet price. So right now, what is the flat size in square feet? It is the class variable. The value is 1500, and then the square feet price is the attribute of the object that we created, which is 5000. So when 1500 is multiplied by 5000, we are getting this result, which is 75 lakhs. And we also got this print statement, which is the square feet price printed. It says the square feet price is self.square feet price. As you can see here, the square feet price is 5000, as we passed here, 5000. So this is a basic example of object-oriented programming in Python, where you saw how to create a class with the naming convention, and these are the class variables, flat size in square feet and the cost. Then as you can see here, I initially gave the value 0, and then finally I updated it with the help of this getPrice method. And now if I create another object a2, then as I told you earlier, to make it an instant or an object of the apartment class, we have to take the name of the class, which is apartment. Then we have to give braces and say this time I am taking the name Salarpuria. And now I have to give the square feet price, let it be 3000. And then to invoke the two methods, I have to use the name of my object, then use the dot operator, and you can see I am getting the getName method. And then I will use the object once again, then I will call my getPrice method, and if I run it now, I will be getting two outputs for the first object and the second object. And whenever I tell object or instant, you should remember that object or instant refers to the same entity, and the process of creating an object is known as instantiation. So let me run it for you now. Now you can see for the first one, I already explained it. This is the output. And for the second object that I instantiated, this is the output. The name of the apartment is Salarpuria. The square feet price is 3000, as we provided here. This is the 3000. And for the getPrice method, I am getting the result. The apartment cost is 45 lakhs. With this, we come to the conclusion of this topic. Here you have seen how to create classes and how to work with methods in classes. And please remember, whenever a function is defined inside a class, it is known as a method. Then we also learned about the init method, which is also known as the constructor. It helps us to assign attributes to a class, which will be referring to the objects or instances that we create in that class. In today's video, I will be talking in detail about two things, which are the init method or the constructor, and the need for the self argument or parameter. So let us go on to PyCharm, where I will be showing you an example so that you can understand more about the init method or the constructor, and also about the keyword or the argument self. As you can see here, I already have a Python file named the init method and the self. So here I will start by creating a class for you. If you haven't seen my earlier video regarding object-oriented programming, I will give the link in the description. You can go and have a look at that video. So now I will start writing my class. Let me take or create a class employee, and for the time being I will not do anything with this class, so I cannot leave it blank, right? So I have to use the pass statement. Then I will show you how to create objects inside this class. Since this is an employee class, I will create objects by the name E1, and to make it an object of this class employee, what I have to do is I have to call the name of the class followed by parenthesis, and I will create another object or instance which will also be an object of this employee class, and I have to give the parenthesis again. I will provide one space here so that this highlighted gray text is gone. Now I want to ask you something. This E1 is an instance or an object of this employee class. In the same way, this E2 is also an instance or object of this employee class. But they will have a specific memory allocated to them, right? You might be knowing about the ID keyword, which tells the address or the location allocated to a certain object or variable. So in this case, if I use the ID keyword, I can print the ID of my objects. Say I will take my first object, which is E1, and similarly I will print the ID of the second object, which is E2. Now what do you think? If I run this program, will the ID of both the objects be same, or will they be different? Let me run it for you so that you can get an idea about that. I'm running it. You can see the E1 object has a different ID and the E2 object has a different ID. That means these two are stored in different memory locations inside the computer. So what is this memory location called? This memory location is known as the heap memory of the computer. So whenever you create an object, the object is stored inside the heap memory of a computer. As many objects you create in your program, all these objects will be stored in the computer's heap memory, as you can see here in the picture. Now the question is that when we created the objects, the computer itself stored the objects in the heap memory. So what is the storage or the size of these objects? The size of these objects will depend on the total number of objects that we create. And who decides how to allocate the memory to these objects? This thing is decided by the constructor. As you can see here, while we created the employee 1 object and the employee 2 object, these two are called the constructors. Here what happened is, when you created E1 and E2, the constructor automatically did this and stored this E1 and E2 objects in the specified memory location. It was done inside, okay? We did not have to do it explicitly. It was done by the constructor itself. Now if you want to assign attributes to your objects, you can do it in two ways. You can do it by, like this. I will show you how. You can tell e1.name is equal to, suppose, John. In the same way, you can also write e2.name equal to, say, Sam. And this is how you can assign attributes to the objects. This is one way of doing it. Now if I print the e1.name, and here if I print e2.name, and if I run my program now, you can see that the name John and Sam have been printed here in the console. You can do it in another way by using the init method. Let me show you how it is done. I will remove this pass statement and I will use the def keyword, and then I will write underscore underscore, and you can see it's suggesting me the init method. And right now we will not talk about this self. We will just go inside the body of the method and we will write self dot name is equal to, suppose, John. And what I will do is I will delete this too. I'm deleting this, and now you can see the difference now. If I run it, you will find that I have created two instances or objects, E1 and E2. Now when I run this program, you will find that both the names E1 and E2 will have the value John. Let me run it for you. You can see when I printed E1.name and E2.name, I'm getting John in both the cases. So this is what is done by this init method. When we instantiated E1 and E2, just because we have given the attribute or the name which is John, therefore when we are instantiating and when we are printing the names of E1 and E2, we are getting John in both the cases. But if you want to do it in another way, you can do it by passing arguments here. What you can do is you can write name followed by, suppose, salary. Now here you have to change it to self.name equal to name followed by self.salary equal to salary. Okay, now I will run it again for you, and you can see one difference here. I'm running it. It says there is an error. The name and salary arguments are not provided here. So what I can do is here I can pass the name and salary, say John, and then I can pass the salary to be, say, 30,000. And in the second case, let me put Sam followed by it should be 30,000 and it should be, say, 35,000. Now if I run it, you will find that when I print E1.name and E2.name, I am getting the names John and Sam. But the question now is, why do you need this self? What is the use of this self here? For that, let me do one more thing. I will define another method here, say def, and here I will change the salary, say. And as you can see, by default it is taking the parameter self. Now here I can write self dot salary is equal to, say, 40,000. Now what I can do is I can call this method change. So how to do it? I have to use the name of my object, say E1. Then I have to use the dot operator, and as you can see, I'm getting this change method. So when I press enter, you can see this method will be called, and when I run it, it's not giving me anything. But for that, what I have to do is now I have to print the salary of E1 dot salary. So now if I run it, you can see earlier here I gave the salary to be 30,000, but just because I used the change method, the salary has got updated or changed, and now it's giving me the value 40,000 here. So how is that happening? You can see I call the change method using the name of my object, and then I use the change method. Inside the brackets there is no parameter. So how does this method know that we are calling the object E1? It knows this with the help of this self. So what actually happens is, when we call this change method, the focus or the pointer will point to this change method, and this self here will be pointing to this object E1 here. And therefore, even though we haven't supplied any parameter or argument here inside the parenthesis, what happens is this self will direct or point to this E1, and initially it had the salary 30,000, and after the change is done it will update or change the salary to 40,000. Therefore, what it means is you may have n number of objects in your program. If you want to call any object, suppose you have 20 as you can see in the picture, and if you want to call the fourth object, then this self will point to that object and it will make the changes whatever you want to do. This is the use of this self. So now I think you have understood about the constructor as well as the self. So you can see if I call e2.change, then if I change it to e2.salary, you can see earlier the salary was 35,000. If I run it now, you will find that when we are printing e2.salary, it's getting modified from 35,000 to 40,000 here. So this is a way of doing it, and this is the actual use of self here. Self is by default the argument or parameter that is taken inside a method in the class, and it will point to the object that you are calling. Depending on the object that you are calling, the self will refer to that object and do the operation that you were trying to do. And let me try to do one more thing. Let me try to compare the salary of employee 1 and employee 2. For that I will take one more method, say check, but before that I have to use the def keyword, and here also if I give the parenthesis it will automatically take this self argument. But here what I have to do is I have to take another argument, let it be e2, and then I will check if self.salary equal e2.salary. I have to give the colon and then I will print, or else I can use the return statement as well, return true, or else I will return false. So now what happens is this self will point to the object that calls this method, and this e2 will be the other object. So now let us check it. It should actually return false, because in this case what is happening is the salary for both of them will be different, because when we use the attributes the salary was 30 and 35. So let me remove this change method so that it doesn't make any changes in our program. Now what I will do is I will also remove this print function, and here I will use my e1 object and then I will use the check, and here you can see it's asking me for the other argument. So here I will give the second object, which is e2, and then if I run this program you will see that there will be no output because I have to print this. So I will print it, then I will be getting the return statement which is true or false. Now I'm running it again. Now you can see just because the salary of both the employees or the objects e1 and e2 are different, therefore we are getting this false. So what is actually happening in this case when I am calling this check method? You can see it has the self which will refer to this e1, because with the help of this e1 object we are calling this check method, and this will be e2 and this argument will refer to the other one which is e2 here. And you should not worry about this, you can change this e2 to any other argument name also, you can give it other also. So here you have to change this e2 to other. So now what will happen is this self will refer to the object which is calling this check method, and this other will refer to the other argument. So now it will give you a clear idea. So here E1 will be the self which is pointing to the object E1, and this E2 will be the second object. Now if I run it, it will provide me the same result, which is false. So now you have understood about the init method or the constructor as well as the need of this self. The import statement and how you can import certain built-in modules and also some user-defined modules in Python. So what is actually the import statement? So the import in Python is similar to the hash include header file in C or C++. Python modules can get access to code from another module by importing the file or function using the import statement. The import statement is the most common way of invoking the import machinery. But it is not the only way. There are many ways in which we can do that. So what it means is if you have a program code, you can use the import statement and then you can import any other codes or modules or methods inside some other modules by using the import statement. So it is a way of getting access to code from another module. So let us now see the types or the ways in which you can import different modules. Here you can see these are the ways to import a module in Python. The first one is by writing the import statement and then followed by the module name. The second one is you have to write the from keyword followed by the module name, and then you have to write import and followed by the method or the member name. The third one is you have to write the from keyword followed by the module name, and then you can use the import statement followed by this star or the asterisk. What it will do is it will import everything or every method inside that particular module. Let us move on to PyCharm so that I can show you certain examples with the help of programs so that you can understand about importing modules in Python in a very good way. As you can see here, I have this Python file created which is import module. Now here I will use the import statement or the keyword followed by the module names. We have many popular built-in modules in Python. Let us look into one of those today. I will import the math module. So this is how you can do it. I am writing import and then math. Now inside the math module, you have many methods or many variables, and in Python everything is an object, right? So those variables or methods can be termed as objects inside the math class or the math module. Now suppose if I want to print any variable which is inside the math module, what I can do is I can get an access to it. Suppose you all know the pi, right? The value of pi was something like 3.14 and so on. I don't remember the value. Do you remember it? So let us check what is the actual value of pi. What I can do is I can use the name of the module, then I can print pi. You can see I have used the dot operator, and followed by that, as soon as I write dot, what it does is you can see here it tells me all the methods which are present in this math module, out of which I want my pi. So you can see when I write p, it automatically suggests me pi. So here I press enter, and you can see when I import only the math module, I have to access everything inside it with the help of the dot operator, as you can see here. Then when I type pi, and if I run my program now, you will find that I will get the value of pi. I'm running it for you now. Now you can see this is the entire value of this pi, which is 3.141592 and so on. I don't want to repeat the whole thing for you. So you have got an idea about this, right? So there are many other things inside the math module which you can access. Now there is one more way, as I told you. to import anything inside the math module. How you can do it is, you have to write from, then the module name, then you have to write the import statement, and then you can use say py. Now what will happen is, you have to only use the name of the variable. See, if I print py, you can see that this py has become a method of this program code now. I don't have to use the math.py now. So now if I run it, I will get the earlier answer without doing it. So what happens is, in the earlier code, module math was imported and its variables were accessed by using the math module name followed by a dot operator. Then I could access everything. In this case, what I did was, I used the from statement and then module name, and then I used the import statement and followed by this name of the variable. So this is another way of doing it. Now I will show you some other methods which are present in this math module. I will take a variable result equal to, then here what can I do is, I can take the power, which is a method present in this math module. Here it will ask me two parameters. So I will take the first one as 2 and the second one is 3. So what I should get is 2 to the power 3, that is 2 into 2 into 2. The answer is 8. So then I have to print my result. And now if I run my program, you can see I am getting 2 power 3, which is 8. And here I want to show you one more thing. I want to show you the ceiling and the floor method. So what is ceiling actually? CEIL. So here you can see that when I am trying to import seal, it's not getting imported because in my import statement, I have only imported this pi variable. So how can we import everything inside a module? To do that, I have to use this. I will show you, as I already showed you in the picture, I have to use this star. Then you can see this red highlighted thing has gone. And now I can access any method which is present inside this math module. Now if I use seal, and then it will ask me one parameter. I will give say 2.3, and now if I print the result, you will see it will round off this decimal value. So when I print this, you should find that ceiling means the top value. So it should be between this. I will show you what actually will happen. It should be between 3 and 2, right? So ceiling means the top value. So 3 will be the top and 2 will be the bottom value. So when I try the seal method and use 2.3, it should print 3 because this is the ceiling value or the top value. I'm printing it for you now or running it. You can see the answer is 3. If I give 2.2 also and run it, it will again produce the result 3. But if I don't use seal and if I use floor, you will find the difference now. So floor means the bottom value, so it should print 2 now. I'm running it and you can see the difference. When I use floor, it prints 2. So now you can remember that ceiling means the top value, it will be rounding off to the top value, and floor means it will be rounding off to the lower value. In this case, if I give 2.9 also, it will floor it to 2. So I will run it again. You can see it's giving me the result, same result, which is 2. Now this is a way to import modules in Python. Now it doesn't mean that you have to only import built-in codes or built-in modules. You can also import your own modules. Let me show you how to do that. I will delete all this for you and I will show you. Here I have created a Python file which is utility, and here I have defined certain functions, which is, you can see, area of triangle. It takes two parameters, base and height, and then it returns the area. And it has this surface area, which is another function. It returns the surface area of the cube, which is 6 into L square. As you can see here, I have returned this directly. Here we also have this method, which is volume of cube. We have area of square and we have area of rectangle. Now, how do we import this utility module into a new module? Here I will go to this Python file, which was earlier full and I deleted everything. Now I will try to import this utility. You can see I import utility, it's getting highlighted, and then when I want to use anything, I have to give utility then the dot operator. And you can see I'm getting this suggestions: area of rectangle, area of square, area of cube, volume of cube, area of triangle, surface area. So whatever functions I had in that utility module are getting highlighted or suggested here. So this is one way. The other way is this one. I can use import utility as, say, util. Suppose if you don't want to type this lengthy word, which is 7 letters long, right? So you can import it as a short form, util. Now I can access this as it is by writing util. And if I press dot, you can see I'm again getting all the suggestions of the functions which are available in my utility module. So you can do it this way as well. Now let me show you the other two ways also. You can write from utility import anyone. If you say A, then you can see I'm getting area of rectangle, area of square, area of triangle, surface area and all. And if I say volume, say small v, then I'm getting this volume. But if I want to import everything, I can use this star. Then I will get access to everything. Now every function can be directly accessed. I don't have to use the dot operator. Now I will take a variable result and then I will use my functions from the utility module. Say I take area of rectangle. As we all know, area of a rectangle is length into breadth. As you can see here, it is asking me for the length and breadth parameters or arguments. I will give, say, 5, 7, and we know that the area will be length into breadth, which is 5 7s are 35. Now if I print my result, you can see that it will print 35. I have to run it for you now. I'm running it. You find that the result in the console is 35. So this is how you can import built-in modules where you have certain functions you have defined by yourself. Those functions will be called the user-defined functions, and you can access those codes and manipulate them or change them as per your requirement. So this is about the import statement and how you can import modules in Python. It can be either a built-in module or it can be a user-defined module, as I showed you in this utility module. All this. As we know, we can print many different kinds of patterns in our Python console. For that, we need to know about for loops, the range function, and at the same time, we need to know about the logic behind the patterns that we are going to print. In this video, I will be showing you how to print the hard pattern. You can see it will be something like this. And let me show you the output in PyCharm as well. Here, as you can see, this will be the output. This hard pattern, we are going to be executing a program and printing this hard pattern onto the console. So let us start. For printing the hard pattern, let me tell you, while we are printing any patterns in Python or in any other languages, it all works in grids. The pattern which you can see here, we will be working on grids to represent this pattern on our Python console. So let me show you how this grid will look like. Here, as you can see, these are the columns and these are the rows. And for printing the hard pattern, what I have done is I have taken 7 columns and 6 rows. So it starts from 0 till 6, and therefore there are 7 columns, and it starts from 0 and goes on till 5, therefore there are 6 rows. Now, to print this pattern of hearts, what I will do is I will divide this total entire output into 4 different parts. So let me show you how to do that. What I am doing is, this is the first part, then this is the second part, this is the third part, and followed by that we will be having the fourth part. This is the fourth part. And if you want all the parts together, I have done that for you. I will show you the diagram for that. Here you can see the whole output is here, and we have divided it into 4 different parts. This is the first part, part 1. This is the second part, part 2. This is the third part, part 3. And this is the fourth part, part 4. Why I have divided this entire output into 4 different parts is that it becomes easy to understand the logic behind the output, and we can divide the output in 4 parts so that we can write the code individually for each part, so that we get a better idea of what actually we are going to print in the console. So for that, we need to know the logic behind each part of the output. So let us start with that. Here we can see the first part of the output. This part of the output is in row 0. As you can see, this is the row 0 and this is the output for the row 0, and it will cover the columns 0 till 6. And you have to notice here that the output of the star is only in column 1, column 2, column 4 and column 5. The columns 0, 3 and 6 are vacant. Or we can say that in this parts of the output, we will be printing empty spaces. For that, here I have written down the formula for you, and you can see that the row value here is constant, which is 0. Therefore, row value equal to 0. And in columns 1, 2, 4 and 5, we have the star printed. Therefore, the column value is 1, 2, 4 and 5. Therefore, this can be the formula. Row equal 0 and column divided by 3 is not equal to 0. What does that mean? This is not divide. This is the modulus operator. This gives the remainder. So when 0 mod 3 is done, we get the remainder. The remainder here will be 0. And in this case, 1 mod 3 will be 1. In this case, 2 mod 3 will be 2. In this case, 3 mod 3 will be 0. Similarly, 4 and 5, when used mod operator and divided by 3, will yield the results 1 and 2, which are the remainders in these two cases. And finally, when 6 mod 3 is done, then we will be getting the output as 0, because 6 is totally divisible by 3. So what we are doing is, we want to print the star in those places where column value divided or mod operated by 3 is not equal to 0. So star will be printed in these cases, because here the remainder is 1, it is 2 here, it is 1 here, and again it is 2 here, because 4 mod 3 is 1 and 5 mod 3 is 2. So in these 4 cases only, we will be getting the star printed. In other cases, we will print the empty spaces. This can be done by using the if and else statement. Let us move on to the second part of the output. Here you can see this is the second part of the output, and here you can see the row value is 1 and it is constant. And in this case, this column logic is totally opposite of the first one. Here the value or the star will be printed in those columns where the column modulus 3 is 0. You can see 0, 3 and 6. In these cases only, the star is being printed. And in the other cases, you are not getting the star value printed, as you can see here. So this will be the exact opposite. The formula can be row equal 1, because the row is constant at 1. And then column mod of 3 is equal 0. So in this case, this first row or 0, the third or the column 3 will have the output star, and in the column 6 it will have the output star, because when we do 0 mod 3, the answer will be 0, When we do 3 mod 3, the answer will be 0. And when we do 6 mod 3, the answer will be 0. So in this cases only, we will be printing the star. And in all the other cases, we will be printing empty spaces, as you can see here. Now let us move on to the third part of the output. Here you can see this is the third part of the output, and it takes rows 2, 3, 4 and 5 and the columns 0, 1, 2 and 3. So let us look at the logic of how we can print these stars in this particular cells or grids. So I have written down the logic here. You can see the row value changes from 2 to 3, then 4, then 5. And the column value is like 0, 1, 2 and 3. So there has to be certain similarity between the row and the columns, right? The relation is, you can certainly see here, 2 minus 0, we are getting 2. 3 minus 1, we are getting 2. In this case also, 4 minus 2 is 2 and 5 minus 3 is also 2. So what we can do is, we can have this formula something like this. If row minus column equal to 2, then we will print the stars, or else we will be printing empty spaces. So this is a brief logic of the third part of the output. Now let us move on to the fourth part of the output. Here you can see this is the fourth part of the output, and here the row value changes from 2 to 3 and then 4, and the column values are 4, 5 and then 6. So let me tell you the relation between the row and the column here. You can see rows are 4, 3 and 2 and the column values are 4, 5 and 6. You can see 4 plus 4 is 8 here, 3 plus 5 is 8 here, and 2 plus 6 is also 8. So the formula for this part of the output can be if row plus column equal 8. So now you have understood about the four parts of the output, and if we are able to successfully implement this logic and write our code, then we will be getting the following result, which is the total heart. Let me show you this, and this is the final output. So let us move on to PyCharm so that we can write the program code for that and we can print the pattern. Here you can see that I have already written a Python file named heart pattern, and I will start writing it for you. So I will use the for loop, and I will write for row in range 6. Then I will use a inner for loop where for column in range 7, and then I will press enter. Now let us begin with the logic here. I will write if, then I will give a parenthesis because I have to write everything using operators. I will use the and the or operators here. I will write if row equal 0 and column mode 3 not equal 0. So this is the first part of the output, as you can see in the formula here. Then to combine this together, we have to use the or, because the output will be a star, either in this case or it may be in some other cases. As we saw, there are 4 parts. So for each of the 4 parts, we will be having separate outputs, or else we will be printing empty spaces. So let me write down the second part. Row equal 1, and exactly the opposite of the first output, column mode 3 equal 0. So this is the second part of the output, as you can see in the diagram. Then I will use the or operator, and I will use the third part of the output, which was row minus column equal 2. So this is the third part of the output, as you can see here. And finally, I will be using the fourth part of the output, or row plus column equal 8. So now this is the fourth part of the output, and we have used the AND operator in some cases. Why we have done this is the AND operator gives a output whenever both the cases are true. So when the row value is 0 and the column value divided by 3 or mod 3 is not equal to 0, then it will print star. And to combine all the different 4 outputs together, I've used the OR operator. Finally, after writing all the codes, I have to give the colon and then press enter. And then now I will start printing my star. I will print the star here or the asterisk. And now I will go on to the else block and give the colon, and I will print. What were we supposed to print here? We were supposed to print the empty string. Let me give the empty string here. So I think we are done with this. Now what we can do is we can run this program and check the output. Let me run it for you. I'm running it. Okay, we got something different. Why is it so? We are getting some stars in the console, you can see here, but we are not getting them as we wished for. Why is that so? This is because the print statement here sends the control to a new line every time. We don't want that to happen, right? For our pattern to print in a single line, we have to use the end keyword and equal to followed by an empty string. Then only we will be getting the output in a single line. So if you don't use this end equal to empty string, we will not get the output in a single line. So we have to do the same in this case also. After this empty string, we have to print end equal to an empty string. Then only we will be getting the output. But we are not done only with this. What we have to do is, as soon as we are done with the printing of our asterisks or the empty blank spaces, what we have to do is we have to give the control back to the next line so that we can print the output in the next line. How we can do this is we have to go out of this control of the if-else statement, and in the inner for loop we have to print an empty parenthesis. What it will do is it will give the print control to the next line. So now we are ready with our code, and now if I run it for you, you will see that we will be getting the proper heart pattern. Now let me run this for you. You can see that in the console, this is the heart pattern which I was talking about. So now you have understood how to print a heart pattern in the Python console using the PyCharm. And to print any pattern, what we need to do is we have to divide the output in certain parts so that we can understand the logic behind each part, and then we can write our program code. So here you go. You have come to the end of this video, Python tutorial for beginners. Now you know the basics of Python, how to install Python, how to write codes in the PyCharm IDE, and you know about the data types like strings, tuples and all. And then you have also learned about object-oriented programming in Python, and you know very well about functions. So now you can consider yourself as a Pythonista. Congratulations. Thank you.